conduct the roll.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Hashak.
Here.
Chair Jurdy.
Here.
Supervisor Williams.
Here.
And Supervisor McGordy.
I'm sure he'll be joining us in just a few minutes or a few seconds. I'd like to invite Supervisor Hashak to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. This is the next thing on our agenda is public expression on items not on the agenda or on the consent calendar. Do we have any members of the public who wish to comment on items on the consent calendar or not on the agenda?
We don't have any comments on, actually, yeah, we do. We have one for public expression and one for item 4AK.
Okay. Cool.
First caller on the line will be Ron Edwards.
Good morning, board. I wanted to say it was really nice to see the code enforcement release the report of their activity. A little troubling to see a garden at 96, but I hope that that was one that was really annoying the neighborhood. It would be nice to see the sheriff follow up because I'd like to see something results in Covelo. If those are out there, it would be nice if the public would know that the sheriff is also involved in the eradication of these gardens that are causing problems. But importantly, I would like to know if the board or if anywhere on the Mendocino County website, if there is a spot for fire safety. I think we're all aware of clearing the area around our house, but if there are additional steps that could be taken to help us with this fire season. I know we're already starting to see a number of fires pop up, and I'm just concerned that there might be some things that I'm missing on my property that I could be doing, such as possibly how to notify the appropriate fire departments that where my water tanks are, where water sources are. So I think that that would be very helpful if the board or the county could assist the community in getting those information out. Thank you very much.
Next on the line will be Michael Katz.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Michael Katz. I'm the Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I'm speaking to you today in relation to the facilities ordinance that is on the consent calendar. MCA supports the forward motion of this ordinance, and there are two items that, while discussed previously, have not yet been implemented, and we urge you to reconsider incorporating them into this ordinance before passage. The first is related to cannabis events. MCA finds it to be inconsistent and prejudicial to restrict the sale of cannabis products at cannabis events. We recommend amending section 2243-110A5 to read, if a special event includes the provision of cannabis and alcohol, the sale and use of alcohol and alcohol products shall be conducted in a secure and secluded location at the event, only accessible by a controlled entrance. Since this is a facilities ordinance related to cannabis special offense, it does not seem reasonable that the cannabis sales would be restricted at such an event. So I strongly encourage you to reconsider that. And from this board's conversations, it's clear that you also understand the immense barriers to entry and regulatory structures that create massive inefficiencies for the licensed cultivators of this county. As this board has discussed, one way to improve our local licensed business access to market is to enable as many of them as possible to take advantage of a standalone micro business permit that we believe should be made available on any parcel with permitted cultivation up to 10,000 square feet. Enabling small farms to take more control of their operations will help them create efficiencies and retain more of the value of their work. As it stands now, the microbusiness component of this ordinance does not go far enough to maximize value to either licensed operators or the county. We still have an opportunity to make these essential improvements to the facilities ordinance. We sincerely hope that the board will take advantage of this opportunity and incorporate the specific language from our memo into the ordinance before passage. Thank you so much for your consideration today.
That concludes both public expression and public comment on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Atlas. And on the issue of the fire safety, I believe the Mendocino County Fire Safe Council website would have quite a bit of the information you're looking for, but if we don't have clear links to that from the county website, maybe we could follow up on that. All right, well, thanks. So on the consent calendar, do we have any items to be pulled for discussion? Supervisor Hashak.
Yes, thank you, Chair Dirty. I'd like to pull item 4AB and item 4AK.
Okay, 4AB and 4AK. Are there any other items to be pulled for discussion? Okay, well, Supervisor Hashak, why don't you go into 4AB right now?
Yeah, 4AB is just a clarification question, is what is an ELC grant? And, you know, this is for the promotores de salud and increasing their the longevity of that contract. I was at an event that they put on this weekend. They're doing great work. I think it's been a real success in our Hispanic community and overall for the county. So I really support this. I just wanted to know what an ELC grant was.
Do we have anybody in the administration building that can answer that question?
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. I'll give it my best shot at the moment. The specific acronym is not coming to mind. It's enhanced is the E, but it's a grant that we received from California Department of Public Health for COVID efforts, and it covers the work that we're doing for the vaccine program that goes through 2024. And we put money into that program, Promotores de la Salud, to help outreach in the communities.
Okay, Supervisor Williams?
Maybe I'm wrong. I read it as emerging infectious disease. I think it's a CDC.
No, I don't believe so, but I will get it quickly. Maybe somebody's texting it to me at the moment. Sorry about that.
Okay, all right. Supervisor Hashak, could you speak to item 4AK?
Yes, yeah, Michael, we just heard from Michael Katz, and I think that if we look at item, well, it's 20.243.110, and it's A5. It's on page, if you look at the for execution final ordinance, it's on page 18, I believe. Let's see, and okay, it's for cannabis events. It's on page 17. And what we have written down is if a special event includes the provision of alcohol, the sale of cannabis, and cannabis products shall be conducted in a secure and secluded location at the event only accessible by a controlled entrance. It seems like it is kind of twisted around, and what the intent really was, I believe, is that if there's alcohol served at a cannabis event, then that alcohol should be in a secure location. And so I would go with that language that Michael Katz just said, is if a special event includes the provision of cannabis and alcohol, and we're talking about a cannabis event, the sale and use of alcohol and alcohol products shall be conducted in a secure and secluded location at the event only accessible by a controlled entrance. And I think that's what the intent is, and it certainly makes sense to me.
Okay, I'd like to go to County Council, and both on process, but also on just the content of the ordinance?
Certainly, Mr. Chair, and I believe that we're bringing in Mr. Kudrowski as well. I'll start just with the process issue. If the board does want to make a change at this point, we need to make it essentially a new first reading. So then we'd have to come back for adoption at a later meeting. You could direct staff to make the changes. We could come back probably at the next meeting with a new first reading for the modifications, and then we would have a second reading, and then we'd have an adoption, then it would be effective 30 days after the second reading. In terms of the substance of the change, I do recall this being raised at the prior meeting. I don't recall there being direction from the board to change it at that time. I don't know that we have planning and building on right now, so I don't know if they had particular concerns that they wanted to speak to on this issue. And frankly, I'm not certain if there would be any issue in terms of the way the alcohol licenses work as to whether or not there'd be any reason we might be unable to restrict the scope of the alcohol in that way. We might have to take a little bit of a look at that if the board is interested in going this direction. But in any event, if the board does want to entertain changes at this time, I would suggest that we try and get planning and building just to see if they have any concerns or recommendations as to the specifics.
Okay, thank you for that. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily against making changes, including this one, but we've already had robust public feedback. The board and the Planning Commission have already reviewed. This idea was brought up then. I think we should leave good enough alone, approve it, and then if we need to, come back and make the changes.
Supervisor Mulhern? Supervisor Mulhern? Okay. Are there, it looks like Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski and perhaps Planning and Building are coming online. I don't know if they have anything else to add.
So Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I'm trying to pull up the regs now. I seem to recall there being some tie-in to this being a state requirement. I looked at Planning and Building for any additional comment right now. Otherwise, we can get back to you later.
Hi, this is interim senior planner, Vandy Vandewater. Just to address the question at hand. So the state requires that any cannabis event has to be separate. The premises has to be separate from alcohol. So this change wouldn't be an issue, just with the understanding that if there was going to be an event that's a cannabis event that's focused on cannabis and alcohol is going to be sold, that one of those two has to be conducted outside of the premises. And that additionally, the state does require that all cannabis events are shielded from public places. So for example, if this was abutting a public road, there would have to be shielded fencing preventing sight into the event.
Okay, thank you for those clarifications. Supervisor Moore, do you have some?
Thank you, Chair. I've been having a buffering problem this morning. I agree with Supervisor Williams. I've actually asked this question, I think probably 8 times of staff, why it is the way that it is, and have been told it's a state regulation and it's just the process for all of the cannabis events. And it may just have to be one of the annoying things that the state required that local jurisdictions have to deal with.
All right. Do we have any other comments? Okay. Well, would someone like to make a motion?
Chair Judy, this is Darcy Antle. If I may, through the chair, I can address Supervisor Haschak's prior question.
Oh, go ahead.
ELC is the Epidemiology and Laboratory Capacity Grant. It's CDC funded by the feds down through CDPH for prevention and control of emergent infectious diseases.
Thank you.
I move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the consent calendar. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Chair Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
and Supervisor Mulhern.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you. That takes us to item 5A, which is discussion and possible action, including an update associated with the COVID-19 and provide possible direction regarding essential services in Mendocino County, operation preparation and response, and associated countywide economic impacts. We're going to the executive office for this.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I think that we will go straight to our Public Health Officer, Dr. Corin, who I believe is on the line. And then we have Dr. Janine Miller, who will be speaking about the department operations update, as Mr. Strickland is not with us today. And then Deputy CEO Darcy Anto will talk about vaccines. So if we could go to Dr. Corin now, that would be good. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy, Board of Supervisors, and CEO Carmel Angelo. I'll first start with the data as of just a couple of days ago. As you know, the worldwide epidemic is actually decreasing a little bit. There are still some hot spots in India, Brazil, and Mexico. In the United States, the cases, deaths, test positivity are similarly decreasing, but with hot spots in the Midwest, Florida, and Arizona. Here in California, the cases and the test positivity are at their lowest, but in Marin and Mendocino, we are increased. Mendocino, we are in a surge. Possibly this is a role, the Mother's Day gatherings may have had a role, but I want to walk you through what we've been seeing. Last week, we were assigned to the yellow tier based on the May 9th metrics, which were already rising. This week, the metrics, which were based on the week ending May 15th, shows 6.1 cases per 100,000, which is actually in the red tier. The test percent positivity was 4.1 per 100,000, which is in the orange tier. For the first week of those metrics, we stay in the yellow tier, and this is our fourth week in the yellow tier. Next week, based on the week ending May 22nd, we'll show 7.5 daily cases per 100,000 with a test positivity also in the orange. And I'd like to show you our epidemiological curve that shows this projection. And Janine, if you could put up slide 4 and share the screen. We may have some technical issues here, but we're going to try.
Yes, give me just 2 seconds and I'll try to pull that up for you.
So this is going to show each line is a week, and this is beginning on a week that's dated, and what the numbers are posted on the top of that line. In blue are the weeks that have followed or have preceded what we're going to show. Then when we got into yellow, the bars are yellow. We did have one week where it shows an orange bar above the yellow line, and then there are 2 gray bars. The one that begins on May 9th shows 45 cases. The one that begins, it looks like we're getting there. So this is, Janine, this is slide 4. Great, okay. So, can you go back 1? There you are, okay, good. So there's a yellow line which below it qualifies us for the yellow tier. These numbers at the bottom show weeks beginning, but we actually like the CDC looks at weeks ending. But if you see May 9th, we had 45 cases. May 16th shows only 23 cases, but that was what our epidemiologist had available at the time she made this slide. It actually went up to 46 cases in that week, and gave us like I said, a daily case rate of 7.5 per 100,000. On slide 5, and Janine, would you change that? Slide 5 shows the Northern California regions, and in red, it shows Mendocino. So you can see that all of these other regions, including our region, which is in green, the Rural Association of Northern California Health Officers, they're all heading down at this point, and ours has gone up. There's a little dip, but it still is not coming down. And if we go to the next slide, it compares our case rates to our neighboring counties. And though Humboldt in orange and Shasta in purple are higher than ours, those numbers are coming down. Whereas again, the red line you can see has gone up, taken a dip down, but it's still going up. And the testing, I want to also point out, the rate has fallen to 185 per day. Can you go to the next slide, please? I think, oh no, it's actually slide 3. That's it. So our testing is on the orange line, and it shows how much less it is than the state average, which is on the blue line. We have come down to 185 a day. Actually, the most recent note from CDPH is it's about 290 some per day. We are among the lowest in the state, and of course, this limits our ability to contain outbreaks early. The test positivity is shown on slide number 7. And again, you'll see that in orange, the Humboldt County numbers went way up, but they're coming down. And Shasta, which is in purple, is just under ours. It has gone up, but it is also coming down, whereas ours test positivity is still significantly higher than Shasta, and it's not clear that it's come down. In fact, our data suggests that it will continue to go up. And that's all for the slides that I think for now, Janine, thank you. Our total cases for the county are 4,153. And of those, the Hispanic community has experienced 2,028. In the hospital currently, we do have 4 people, 1 in the ICU and 3 on med surge. The deaths have had no change and continue to account for 49 people in our community. So these changes that I've demonstrated on the slides are clear characteristics of a surge in Mendocino that I predict will earn us an orange tier when we are reevaluated and assessed on June 2nd. Other considerations will include at that time, because I think the state doesn't really want to send us back to the orange tier, but other considerations will be numbers, and if they're continuing to rise, the burden of disease is going to be measured by hospitalizations and ICU admissions. And as I said, the state doesn't really want to turn any of the counties back, but we need to look at our own case rates and what we're doing. So the change to orange would, if it happens next week, affect mostly capacities, but also serving in bars indoors who are not serving meals would be prohibited, and saunas and hot tubs would again be prohibited. The other thing that is something to look at is county office opening plans may need to be adjusted if we're in the orange tier. At this point, there are no outbreaks in Mendocino County. There have been 13 separate cases, however, that are related to schools and 1 infant. None of these qualified as an outbreak, though it's important to see that 5 were related to youth sports in spite of surveillance testing, which they're doing rigorously. And 3 of those were actually epidemiologically linked to a separate gathering that all 3 of them attended. But as a result of this, several classes had to be quarantined and closed. So our cases are still predominantly household spread, community spread, and often eating and drinking in break rooms and gatherings, which will only increase in the future with graduations, the holiday season with Memorial Day and July 4th, and of course, the plans for travel over the summer. Also, another cause is people continuing to work with early symptoms. And there are also many people in our county who refuse to talk to those who are performing our contact investigation and contact tracing. So at this point, our messaging is really the most powerful intervention, but we will also be doing more workplace visits to explore the reasons and to teach when we see significant businesses being affected. The situation at Fiddlehead's restaurant in Mendocino is continuing with flaunting mask guidance and now enticing patrons to take them off and rewarding those who have them off and penalizing others who come to the counter who have them on. Code enforcement and SIU are currently dealing with this. As far as variants go, the state lab has notified us of a total since July of 150 tests that show 29 variants, mostly of the California variety, although the UK variety and Brazilian variety have been found here as well. The latter, well, all of these actually are transmitted easier than the native one. And the one that's caused the most havoc in Humboldt County was related to the UK variant, which transmits 50% faster than the native variety. Shasta was related to the South African variant, and Marin recently had an outbreak with the Indian variant. We can basically assume that the variants are here in Mendocino. The way to defeat them is continued mitigation with masks, distancing, and very aggressive vaccinations. The state is improving its whole genome sequencing through an organization of private, public, and academic labs in a system called COVIDNet. And I'm trying to work with the state to focus testing here in Mendocino and get results more rapidly. But at this point, the information really is not actionable, and the state is well aware of that. So I'll move on to vaccines. At this time, the supply is adequate. In fact, many counties are not taking some of their allocated amounts. Our partners in the county are now routinely ordering directly through the TPA. We offer assistance with supplying our ultra low temperature freezer for the Pfizer product if those entities need it. The ultra cold Pfizer requirement has also been reduced recently. And we've been alerted that the Pfizer vaccine can withstand regular freezer temperatures for 30 days. It is still a limitation and a barrier that these vials that are multi-dose have only a 6-hour shelf life after they have been punctured by a needle. CDPH is working on that, but also because supply is not a problem now, they're encouraging us to go and give it to anyone who comes in, who wants a vaccine, regardless of wasting a few shots in a day. Of course, the Pfizer vaccine is the only vaccine that is authorized for those in our community who are less than 18 years old. Eligibility now includes those over 12 years old, and we're working with the schools and with smaller but more frequent events around the county with our traveling team. And they're doing between 1 and 3 events per day. Families are also coming in when their children are vaccinated, and they're also offering or interested in getting their vaccines. We have had success also with rewards for this age group. Adolescents are best served by their primary pediatric and family medicine providers. Our county's FQHCs are responding with making Pfizer vaccine available during their appointments. And this is good because it can help them catch up the routine childhood vaccines that lapsed last year with all of the COVID restrictions. Unfortunately, our largest pediatric providers, Adventist Health and MCHC, have been slow to address this demographic. We've reached out and we continue to reach out to them and offered them whatever service we can. We continue to outreach to agricultural workers, the disabled, homebound, those experiencing homelessness, and keep the skilled nursing facilities and long-term care facilities with vaccines as they need it. And we're also addressing small business requirements now with pop-up clinics wherever we can arrange them, wherever they are needed. Verification has been decreased to self-attestation. We are now accommodating walk-ins and usually have a choice of vaccines available. We're continuing to improve our health education countywide to increase interest and to combat hesitancy and anti-vaccine misinformation, which has been growing. We use social media, radio, flyers, and soon billboards. There have been some PSAs that are being produced, and especially addressing the Hispanic community and now the younger demographic. The state will have a new Week of Action campaign between June and 15th to get as many as possible vaccinated before we end the blueprint restrictions. Vaccine distribution as of May 21st in Mendocino County showed we had given out a little over 80,719 doses. 45,000 of our citizens have at least been partially vaccinated. And it amounts to 60% of those who are over 12 years of age. Our quartile 1, the lowest resourced, has had 55% at least partially vaccinated, compared to California, 59.9%. Our quartile number 2, which is the most populous in Mendocino County, has had 57.8 of those citizens at least partially vaccinated, and that compares to California's 57.5. Quartile 3, we've vaccinated 54.1% compared to California's 45.7%. In our Hispanic community, 44% have been at least partially vaccinated compared to California with 40%. Our Caucasian population has had 57.3% vaccinated in comparison to California's 58.2%. As far as ages, as you'd expect, those between 12 and 17 are the least vaccinated with 15.5% at least partially vaccinated. Those between 18 and 49, unfortunately, are still quite low, and they are starting to become the greatest demographic who get the infection, and they are only 50.2% vaccinated. Those between 50 and 64 years old are 72.9% vaccinated, and over 65 are 73.5% vaccinated. Though the estimates of community immunity or herd immunity is theoretical at best, we've done some estimates of when we might be able to reach various percentages of our community that could be vaccinated if we can continue to do approximately 2,000 doses per week in our county. By June 26th, 70% of all, including infants, of Mendocino County's population would be at least partially vaccinated. And by July 10th, 80% could be at least partially vaccinated. So in summary, we in Mendocino are in a surge with case rates and test positivity increasing. We're facing graduations, Memorial Day, July 4th, and a summer of gatherings and travel after people have spent 14 months with restrictions and want to believe the epidemic has ended, which of course it hasn't. This and mixed messaging about masking and gathering and ending the blueprint and the increase of variants have created a perfect storm. We were among the first counties to enter the yellow tier, and I believe we may be among the first to be set back to orange. Between now and June 15th, increasing restrictions does not seem to be an effective option. Because of vaccinations now, it is doubtful that our hospitals will be overwhelmed as they were in the last winter. However, we must continue testing. Also put an emphasis on aggressive contact investigation and tracing to mitigate and control the outbreaks, which of course threaten the most vulnerable in our community. That was the strategy that we used with the outbreaks in the past. We must also continue to increase our messaging to mask and socially distance if anyone around us might not be vaccinated. And we must continue to make vaccines available as we are doing. And with that, I'll end my report and will remain for any other questions.
Thank you, Dr. Corrin. If your report wasn't transferred to the clerk of the board, can you do that so it could be uploaded to the page?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I did write it up. I will get that out after I finish.
Okay, great. Thank you. I know you've been in obviously weekly contact, if not daily, with the state. Have you heard if they are looking at the lottery model that became famous from Ohio, where they're enticing people who might be reluctant or just don't seem to find the time to get a vaccination to come in with a chance of winning a state lottery?
Yeah, I have not heard that the state is doing that. We are trying to use whatever rewards we can, and it's actually working very well in the younger demographic. But at this point, we don't have any very expensive rewards that we're offering to adults and families like that.
So what is it that Mendocino County is offering then for, you're saying, for younger vaccines?
Yeah, so drinks such as coffee and boba drinks have been offered, donuts. We have one of the more successful donations is game cards from GameStop, and people are picking them up, and that seems to be really pulling many people in. And we're looking for from our business partners, we're looking for donations all the time.
Great, thank you. Supervisor McGordy?
So, Dr. Corrin, thanks for your report. I wonder how do we message to everybody we aren't out of the woods? How do we get out there? Because obviously we're having a surge, and I think a lot of people feel like, hey, there's nothing to worry about. We're in the yellow tier and all is cool. So any suggestions for how we get the word out to the community?
Well, I think this is something that our public health education group is going to have to work on, as well as the use of press releases. We are doing a lot more publicity around getting the vaccines, but I think that this is an important message to get out.
And as far as working with that 12 to 18-year-old group, are you able to have clinics right at the schools, or how has that been handled?
Yes. Yeah, actually the schools have helped us organize many of them. They're calling in the parents of their kids in that age group, and they're organizing it with us. And we have some outside of the schools as well, and make the advertising clearly for those age groups.
Mm-hmm. And as you're looking at this surge, you see a pattern in particular of where it's starting from and moving?
No, it's we're not seeing outbreaks. As I said, we're seeing gatherings as a possibility. People using break rooms and unmasking in the break rooms when it's not appropriate, and otherwise it's community spread, which is just very hard to pin down where it is. Like I said, we have more that have happened in the schools and in the sports, but they're not epi-linked into an actual outbreak yet.
Supervisor Williams?
What does a Mendocino County resident get for taking a vaccine? I think they get the personal satisfaction of knowing they're protecting a vulnerable population in our county. I'm a little bit uneasy. I mean, I'm not against giving kids balloons or whatever it takes, but I'm a little bit uneasy about essentially paying people to do what they should do to protect their neighbors. That's on each of us.
I should also say that the protection it affords to them and their family is extraordinary. I mean, that's really important, because all of these cases that we've been talking about, they're all in unvaccinated people.
Thank you, Dr. Corrin.
Right. Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. Dr. Corrin, we do know that there are several events planned this summer. You mentioned that Memorial Day, likely 4th of July. Are there plans with the county to bring testing to those locations or those areas after the event? And what would that look like? How many days after an event, for instance, should somebody that attended a rodeo go get tested?
It's a good question. People come from all over for those events, so it'd be a little bit difficult to ask them to come back several days afterwards. We have reviewed some of their plans and are encouraging them, the larger ones for sure, to look for proof of vaccination or testing that's negative. So it's going in that we're trying to control it. And afterwards, if people wanted to get tested again when they're back at their homes at whatever testing events, I would say 3 to 5 days later would be an optimal time.
Okay. Thank you for your report. I would say on the lottery idea, you know, in a way it seems unfair that people in some states have received a lottery ticket because they were reluctant to get the vaccine, which is something they should have done to begin with. But on the other hand, what is the cost to society if 20, 30, 40% of the population does not get vaccinated? You know, it's a profound cost. I mean, you know, we'll see additional, we could see business shutdowns or just, you know, costs to the healthcare system, which costs all of us money. So I think there's maybe not a good choice here, but, you know, I personally hope the state does offer the lottery system because it seems to be the one way to motivate the reluctant to get the vaccine.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So after having visited my son in North Carolina, I've seen where people really don't take the pandemic seriously, and they're going on like nothing's happened. It's really incredible. So I think that Mendocino County overall, you know, coming back here is a breath of fresh air to wear a mask and see people masking up. And when I went to the event by the Promotores de Salud, they had said that they had convinced hundreds of people to get vaccinated. So I think that is really working, and it will continue on because we just voted to continue that grant. But I just think that outreach and keeping that message going is just critical. So thank you for all your work on this and the whole team.
Really, the team.
Okay, any other questions of Dr. Corin? Right. All right, thank you, Dr. Corin. Do we have additional updates?
So good morning, Dr. Janine Miller. I'm going to give you an update on the DOC this morning. And so just a couple things that I wanted to provide some information on. As you know, as we saw our numbers of positive cases start to decline, we did look at restructuring our DOC and started to downsize some area. We were also had the luxury of having a decent amount of state workers that were helping within our CICT section. And so it did allow some of our staff to go back to doing some of their normal public health, behavioral health, and social services jobs and other jobs throughout the county. We are now, as Dr. Korn noted, in the middle of what we are looking at as a surge as our numbers are increasing and daily cases are coming in. So we are having to revamp back up our DOC and our CICT. We are opening back up on the weekends to make sure that we're doing contract tracing and investigation during our weekends. So we are having staff volunteer for shifts on both Saturday and Sunday to bring that back up so that we can continue to do contract tracing and investigation on our weekends. Now, we had closed that out as our numbers were declining, and now as our numbers are going back up, we're needing to reestablish those weekend shifts. We are also evaluating our surge plans to make sure that if we continue to surge, looking at both our spring, summer surge and our winter surge to make sure we're fully staffed and able to respond to that. So we're reviewing our surge planning as we continue to see our cases go up. We need to be prepared to be able to respond and increase our staffing as needed to respond to that. We continue to look at different ways to do media and outreach. We know that getting vaccinated and making sure we get tested is the primary thing. As Dr. Korn noted, a lot of our positive cases are unvaccinated individuals. So really important to get that information out there that those individuals we're seeing that are positive have not been vaccinated. And so it's really important we continue to get out there the information of the need to get vaccinated and to need to be able to protect everyone in our community and to still continue to test. That's really important. So some of the things we're doing media-wise, we are doing videos, radio, billboards, social media, hometown shopper. We're looking at putting some information in the hometown shopper. We're looking at yard signs. We continue to do newspapers. We are definitely looking at having everything we do in English and Spanish. We have been working with Nuestra Alianza on some pieces that they're getting out for social media, radio, video. So some really great stuff. And we continue to look for thoughts and questions and ideas on different ways we might be able to reach our community, and especially those that are hesitant to get the vaccine. We also are looking at the state reopening in June. So really looking at what happens when the state reopens. Will our state workers that we've had the luxury of having to assist us be going back? When will that end? And making sure that we're fully staffed and prepared for those changes, and knowing that as the state reopens, we could see an increase in our numbers and could be in a larger surge. So we're definitely preparing for all of that. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Miller. Not any questions at this time. Okay. Do we have any other updates?
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. I just have a couple of points. Dr. Corn hit most of them, but a couple of points on vaccines. First, I would like to thank the FQHCs, the Federally Qualified Health Centers, that have been working in their communities throughout the county, providing vaccine coverage. It's been wonderful working with them, and they've taken a big lift out there helping vaccinate. Also, I want to thank the volunteers that attend every clinic that we have, event that we have. So we have extra hands working with us. The schools, as Dr. Corn mentioned, have been wonderful and are looking to hold clinics or vaccine events this summer in preparation for school year beginning. We're working with Adventist Health to add young adult vaccines. I understand as of this morning, they're looking to begin that at the end of this week. Clinics that we're providing, I think there was a question about schools. On Friday of last week, we spent 2 hours at Eagle Peak, 2 hours at Pomalita, and then the rest of the afternoon we were at Ukiah High, vaccinated over 200 young adults. Today, we're in Willits High School, 9 to 3. The community center in Willits, 4 to 6. Tomorrow, Wednesday, Spy Rock, 10 to 12. Ukiah Fairgrounds, 5 to 7. Thursday, Mendocino Presbyterian Church, 4 to 6. And we are working with all the clinic partners and schools for a state's week of call to action, which is June 7th through the 13th. So we will have some business activities and fewer other places where we can do pop-up clinics to increase a larger footprint of vaccinating individuals. Thank you. If you have any questions.
All right. Darcy, not seeing any questions at this time. Just want to confirm, any questions for the board? Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I had a town hall meeting the other day virtually, and a lot of questions were asked about when the board is going to be able to get back together in a physical setting where people can attend. So I was wondering, with the opening of California on June 15th, and yet our surge going on, what the thinking is along those lines.
Well, perhaps the CEO's office could describe their what they're doing with the board chambers. Personally, I've heard positive feedback from people on the coast that they no longer need to drive to Ukiah to comment at a board meeting, and that it seems more accessible than the old system. And I believe the CEO's office has discussed the concept of a hybrid system opening up around September, where the chambers could be open for limited numbers of the members of the public. Any board member who wants to be in the board chambers, you could probably easily socially distance 3. And if some of us want to Zoom in from the coast, that's our choice. Assuming the state continues to allow that, but look to the CEO's office, clerk of the board's office to update the public on the renovations and plans for the board chamber.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. Thank you, and thank you, Supervisor Hashtag, for this question. The CEO report that you have today does speak to the renovation in the board chamber. So to answer that question, the board chamber will not be open before September. And what has happened is over the course of the last year and a half, as we have been pretty much locked down, our facilities team has really worked doing the core services in our buildings and also with other departments. We have a plan to renovate the board chamber, and we now have staff available, and we have the dollars that are not general fund to renovate the board chamber. So it's a use it or lose it scenario. So the renovation will take until September. So Chair Jurdy is accurate that the chamber will be closed to the public until September, and we will continue to do our meetings virtually unless there is a change within the state Brown Act requirements based on what Governor Newsom does in June. We are not anticipating that right now. And so again, we will be doing our meetings virtually, and the chamber will be closed to the public until September at the earliest when the renovation is complete. Thank you.
Supervisor McGordy?
CEO Angelo, do you think that you could brief us at a future meeting on what exactly the renovations are and what the budget is for it?
Yes, absolutely. We can do that. I believe we can do that either June 8th, 9th, or the 22nd. And this is a plan that's been in the works. And yes, we can certainly brief the board again on this next month. Thank you.
Yeah, and also I'm curious too, as far as those of us who live locally who have offices in the Board of Supervisors main office, when can we start moving in?
Through Chair Jurdy, Supervisor McGordy, we have the plan, as you know, as far as the tiers, and we have been coordinating our movement and opening based on those tiers. So we are most likely looking at if the supervisors want to come into their offices, most likely in June. So that's the best answer I can give you right now. But I'm assuming next month. And Supervisor McGordy, we can talk about this offline as well. And certainly your office is open to you, though the offices are not open to the public right now. Thank you.
I'm very comfortable working at home, but at some point I know I have to return to campus, and I just wondered what sort of the general plans or thinking is on your office's part.
Yeah, we can actually, when we talk about the renovation in the board chamber, we can also talk about the offices as well, if you'd like. We can bring that up. Chair Jurdy, we have a lot scheduled on June 8th and 9th during the budget hearings. We keep adding to that, so we will attempt to add this to the budget hearings. We have the strategic plan coming in the afternoon of the 9th as well. So we'll do everything we can to squeeze this in on the 8th and 9th. And if it's not enough information, we could follow up on June 22nd as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashtag.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So, I understand that, okay, we're renovating the board chambers, but, we have taken the meetings out on the road. And, is there any consideration of using a gymnasium or the community center in Willits, or, a place that has ample space to do the meetings? Because I think people want that. I also hear that people are happy doing hybrid, where they can call in too. But I think people do want to see us face to face. So So is there any consideration of using an alternate facility?
That's up to the board. I'm going to stick with the hybrid system myself. I think this is every other board I'm on is using Zoom meetings. Sonoma Clean Power, everybody. Supervisor McGordy, do you have your hand up, or is it?
Well, I'm sorry, I don't. But I would just add that the hybrid system does work really well, given the distances that were spread out. I wouldn't be opposed to meeting elsewhere. I think that's a good tradition to move the meetings around the county periodically. But given that we're still kind of in and out of the yellow-orange tier, I think we want to wait a while before we do any public events.
Right, Supervisor Hashak.
So I guess for me, the hybrid system means that, part of us we're in person and we're also accommodating with the Zoom technology. That for me is a hybrid. What we're doing right now is just the Zoom. So am I missing something on the terminology of hybrid?
Yeah, the hybrid, they're talking about setting that up in September. If it was set up before September, you'd be asking the clerk of the board's office to set up at some other location before September. And that's up to the board. I'm not going to ask them to do that. Do other board members want to ask the clerk of the board's office to set up meetings at other locations? Personally, I think that they've been putting in a tremendous amount of overtime and extra work. We've had significant extra meetings this year. I believe we've been accommodating constituents throughout the county. And if you look at the number of constituents who've called in, we've had no shortage of people from the 3rd District calling into our meetings. So I feel like we've been accommodating the public quite well. I think your constituents have been very vocal and they have been heard. Okay, do we have any other comments on this agenda item? Do we have any members of the public who wish to comment on this item?
Yes, we do. First on the line is going to be Anna Stockel.
Good morning. I was only going to comment on the COVID topic, but then you guys moved on to Zoom meetings and hybrid. So I guess I'm going to work my way backwards. Zoom meetings have been one of the positive things that have come out of this pandemic. And I have no chance of driving to Ukiah ever to attend a meeting. And I don't want you guys to use that as a reason not to have the Zoom meetings anymore. But it just gives so many of us the opportunity to participate that we didn't previously have. And I've listened to almost all of them, which I'm sure most of you know. So please keep the hybrid meeting, please move forward with the hybrid meeting proposal. But also, I know a lot of people who don't have high-speed internet and don't have the ability to Zoom into a meeting. And my personal, not preference, I don't know. My recommendation is is to move the meetings between the districts every single month. Not Ukiah most of the time, and then occasionally have a meeting somewhere else. You work for us, and we need the ability to be able to attend in person and participate in the governance of our county. Okay, that was half of it. Back to COVID-19. Vaccinations. I've seen the lottery system on the news. I've also seen that actually if you're in Vegas, you can get a strip show if you get the vaccine, believe it or not. It kind of makes me, as somebody who's already vaccinated, kind of feel bad because I didn't have the opportunity to get into a lottery system. But on the other hand, I'm fully vaccinated. However, I find it disturbing that here on the coast, a lot of my Facebook friends are digging their heels in the ground and absolutely refuse to get it and don't trust it. And I think there should be action items that come out of this meeting as to how these people can be reached, and also again the people without internet. The pop-up vaccine clinics, maybe at the volunteer fire stations. I just really want to hear. The next meeting is 2 weeks away. I really want to hear actionable proposals voted upon coming out of this meeting to get more people vaccinated, because clearly the numbers are going in the wrong way and you guys can make a difference. Thank you.
That concludes public comment for this item.
All right. Supervisor Mulhern.
I apologize, Chair. I had one more question for Dr. Corn, if he's still on the line. And that was, if our constituents are contacting us about homebound individuals, what's the best way for them to get into contact with the traveling team? Is that through the call center or the email address?
Yes, just put it in through the call center. Just double check. Yeah, if there's any problems with that, give me a buzz.
Okay, thank you. I know that we've been working with community partners that serve clients with mental illness and are homeless and homebound, but we do have variety of ways to reach people. So thank you for the information.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we are scheduled for a short break. It is 10 o'clock, and we will come back at 10 minutes after 10.
Chair Judy, one moment. We're going to send you an updated item list real quick. Chair Judy, this is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. On our end, we have the ledge updated next, followed by the Supervisors Reports, and we'll take the CEO report in the afternoon.
Okay, all right, thank you. So let's go to the legislative report.
Chair Jurdy, Nadia Tipton from the Executive Office will be doing the legislative update. I think she is coming on now. There she is.
Good morning, Chair Jurdy, members of the board, CEO Angelo, Nadia Tipton, Administrative Analyst with your Executive Office. On May 14th, Governor Newsom released his 2021-22 May revision. Healthy revenue estimates from January have continued to improve to the point that Governor Newsom has a historic, unprecedented opportunity to propose a number of budget increases that could have a transformative effect on the state. With available revenues for new programs and increases exceeding $100 billion, which consists of over $75 billion in state general funds and $26 billion of federal flexible federal funds from the Federal American Rescue Plan Act, the governor is proposing major new projects in almost every area of the budget. Overall, 90% of the proposed increases are for one-time costs, many spread over multiple years, and the other 10% is for ongoing programs. Total reserves at the end of the fiscal year are projected to total over $24 billion. Almost $16 billion from the Proposition 2 Budget Stabilization Act, also known as the state's rainy day fund, for fiscal emergencies. $450 million in the safety net reserve, $4.6 billion in the public school system stabilization account, and an estimated $3.4 billion in the state's operating reserve. $3.4 billion in additional payments is included in the state's long-term retirement liabilities required by Prop 2 in 21-22, and $7.9 billion in additional payments over the next 3 years. Again, these are all proposals at this point, pending approval of the legislature, and many trailer bills are to follow. Here are some of the greatest items of interest to our county. The May revision significantly increases general fund expenditures, focusing on emergency preparedness, drought and wildfire response, and economic recovery. First off, we have the second Golden State Stimulus Program to provide stimulus payments to multiple demographics across the state. Many small business grants and small business job incentives have also been proposed. The May revision tackles community resilience in several different ways. $11.8 billion has been allocated for climate resilience, such as water resilience, forest resilience, urban greening, and community hardening. As outlined in CSAC's report attached to this agenda item, counties will be able to access significant grant funding for community hardening through a new Prepare California program at Cal OES. Counties with fairgrounds and other local facilities that are regularly used for disaster and evacuation, such as ours, will have access to funding for significant upgrades through a new California Department of Food and Agriculture allocation. Funding for climate adaptation, home hardening, and hazard mitigation has also been included. Here's a little bit of a breakdown for the $11.8 billion. $5.1 billion is allocated in direct drought and water resilience investments. It also includes a $1 billion rate relief package for overdue water bills, helping to stabilize both water users and agencies. The package would include $27 million for emergency and permanent solutions to drinking water, drought emergencies, $500 million for multi-benefit land repurposing to support growers, $300 million for drought relief and urban water management grants, $300 million for SGMA implementation to improve the water supply security, water quality, and water reliability. And then $60 million for state water efficiency and enhancement, also known as SWEEP grants, to help farmers reduce irrigation water use and reduce greenhouse gas emissions from ag pumping. Some of the resources provided in the May revision to improve emergency preparedness in disadvantaged communities are $150 million one-time general fund through the CDFA to support development and enhancement in those community resilience centers like fairgrounds. That funding could be used to support infrastructure for emergency evacuation, shelter, base camps during emergency events. They could include cooling and heating centers, community kitchens, showers, broadband, and backup power. So that would help during community needs such as wildfires, floods, and other emergencies that are climate related. $250 million for Cal OES has been allocated to implement an equitable all hazards grant program focused on building resiliency in disadvantaged communities and providing assistance to communities that often lack resources or the expertise in writing competitive grants. The May revision adds another $30 million in addition to the $27 million that was approved in the early action budget for home hardening, defensible space inspectors, and land use planning and public outreach. So moving on to broadband, the governor is proposing to invest over $7 billion in broadband infrastructure across the state over the next 3 years. This investment is huge and utilizes a combination of federal rescue plan funds and state funds. The investment could transform the broadband system throughout the state, not only by extending reliable high-speed access to homes and businesses but also by building infrastructure that will make future investments more efficient and services to consumers more affordable and competitive. Included in that package is $4 billion for a statewide middle mile network, reducing the cost of future last mile deployment and increasing competition and affordability. $2 billion will support the last mile fiber through the existing subsidy program, and $500 million to incentivize telephone carriers of last resort rural areas that participate in the high cost Fund A program to upgrade to broadband. $500 million will create a loan loss reserve account so local government, tribes, and nonprofits can more easily access upfront financing for municipal fiber networks. $35 million will increase funds available to expand broadband access to isolated and underserved communities through a collaborative partnership of local education agencies, regional libraries, and telehealth providers. And finally, $6 million to increase funding for the Broadband Connectivity Initiative. The May revise proposes the consolidation of the functions and positions of the Bureau of Cannabis Control, the Department of Food and Agriculture, and the Department of Public Health into a new standalone Department of Cannabis Control within the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency beginning on July 1, pending approval of the legislature. This consolidation seeks to simplify participation in the legal market and will support a successful and safe operation of cannabis businesses in compliance with state law. The revise proposes statutory changes that to extend the ability to issue provisional licenses by 6 months out to July of 2022. This would make an explicit environmental compliance requirements before annual licensure, and it would require the department to identify steps that must be taken for provisional licensees to show progress towards achieving annual licensure. As of April 2021, 82% of the state's cannabis licensees held provisional licenses. Without this extension, it is possible that a significant number of those licensees could fall out of the system, curtailing the state's efforts to facilitate the transition to a legal and well-regulated market. The May revise includes $100 million in one-time general fund to establish a local jurisdiction assistance program for cannabis. And the Cannabis Tax Fund, Prop 64, also sees an updated allocation as well. Shifting to ag, $926 million has been allocated for sustainable agriculture. The May revision builds on the $285 million included in the governor's January budget and proposes an additional $641 million over the next 2 years. The May revision proposes statutory changes to SB 91, which is the COVID-19 Tenant Relief Act, that would maximize the use of available federal funds to help folks get current on water, gas, electricity bills, and relief for back rent. This funding would provide critical backfill to water agencies, et cetera. Recently, the governor announced a $12 billion homelessness package. It includes significant new investments for a wide range of programs and departments spanning multiple fiscal years. Some of those investments include $2.75 billion over the next 2 years for additional acquisitions and rehabilitation of sites through the Project Home Key. This would build upon the $750 million that was proposed in January for a total of $3.5 billion. $40 million one-time general fund is available for 5 years for grants and technical assistance to local jurisdictions to develop action plans that will move the state closer to attaining zero family homelessness. $150 million one-time general fund to transition individuals from Project Roomkey into permanent housing. The May revision also includes funding of $12.7 billion for all K through 12 education programs. This is the highest level of funding in California history. Those funds are included in a 5-year strategy. They would include universal access to transitional kindergarten by 2025, so all children are prepared to enter the school system and be successful. Year-round access to enrichment and activities before and after school is included in that plan as well, and increased access to nutrition programs. The May revise includes updated revenue assumptions for the 1991 and 2011 realignment. Due to the impacts of COVID-19, realignment revenues decreased and failed to reach base for both 1991 and 2011 realignment in the fiscal year 1920. For 21-22, while the January budget had projected that realignment revenues would decline again, the May revise projects revenues will actually continue to grow. So this growth is estimated to be 9.5% above the January projection for the 21-22 revenues, resulting again in growth revenues. So going on to public health, the lack of public health infrastructure is actually pretty glaring. The governor did not include funding for local health as requested by the California State Association of Counties. CSAC will continue to lobby for funding for ongoing support of local public health activities. The governor did actually announce to infuse nearly $4 billion into improving mental and behavioral health of youth aged 0 to 25. That plan includes providing grants to increase school behavioral health services, providing a new Medi-Cal family therapy service benefit, and $100 million over the next 5 years to create behavioral health education and outreach programs. Public awareness campaigns, behavioral health literacy projects are also included under that. Under the behavioral health continuum of care infrastructure, the May revise makes a large increase to infrastructure targeted to age 25 and older individuals. I'm sorry, age 25 and younger individuals. Under the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, including $225 million for new incompetent to central infrastructure proposal. It's important to note here that this funding would be disseminated as grants with local match to buy or build or refurbish infrastructure for behavioral health placements. That would include mental and substance abuse patients from community-based sober living homes and board and care homes. The emphasis on this funding is creating infrastructure that allows clients to live within their own community to aid in their recovery. In January, the governor's budget included a one-time investment of $25 million to the state's mental health services action. Administrative funding could be used for the Mental Health Student Services Act partnership grant administered by the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission. The revise increases that investment to $30 million. $12.4 million one-time general fund has been allocated to strengthen and expand on projects that would treat and prevent adverse childhood experiences. And the governor's revision rescinds the January proposal to create a county pilot project for retaining incompetent to stand trial patients within counties rather than sending them to state hospitals. But the governor did propose to discontinue state hospital LPS patients, and that's the Lanterman-Pedro Short Act, within counties. This would adversely affect public safety, behavioral health, public guardians, and conservators throughout the state. CSAC is highly opposing this, as well as many counties, and they've reached out to the legislature. $250 million in one-time general fund has been provided for competitive grants for increased infrastructure targeted to justice-involved individuals with serious mental illnesses who are deemed incompetent to stand trial as well. This is related to the state's intent to reallocate the county jail bond authority to purchase or modify community mental health facilities, and is supposed to promote safe community-based alternatives to incarceration or state hospitalization. So we're waiting on more details for the impacts of that to come out. Those could be pretty significant to our county as well. So focusing on wildfire, counties will be able to access an additional $100 million state funding through the CDAA, which is the California Disaster Assistance Act. CDAA, as you may know, is issued to repair, restore, or replace public property damaged or destroyed by a disaster. This funding can be used to reimburse local governments for eligible costs with response to a state of emergency declared by the governor. And $708 million in 21-22 has been allocated to support the Forest Management Task Force Wildfire and Forest Resilience Action Plan. That revision adds almost $40 million to support fire crews from July through December, and will continue to staff 8 additional CAL FIRE crews that started in April of 2021. The revise also continues to implement the Wildfire Forecast and Threat Intelligence Integration Center, which would provide real-time intelligence and data regarding wildfire threats and serve as a centralized hub for all aspects of wildfire. Just shy of $11 million has been allocated to backfill property tax losses related to these wildfires. And lastly, moving on to CalWORKS, the California Work Opportunity and Responsibility to Kids program is California's version of the federal TANF program for temporary assistance to needy families. That provides temporary cash assistance to low-income and families with children that meet basic needs, as well as welfare to work services to help families become self-sufficient. The governor's revision includes $6.8 billion for CalWORKS program expenditures, and it includes a 5.3% increase in the CalWORKS grant levels. The increased grant costs total over $142 million for 21-22. In conclusion, staff will continue to work with our state lobbyists on legislative budget developments and stay informed and inform this board as changes occur. Many of these items will inevitably affect our county and its residents. Thank you.
First of all, Nadia, thank you for the detailed summary. And it kind of begs the question, a number of those items you referenced, it sounded like we already have county staff tracking those budget proposals, and which many of them turn into grants. But a question maybe for you or for the CEO is, I mean, this is sort of an unprecedented amount of money. I mean, the state, because of capital gains taxes, stock market going up in 2020, people cashing out, the state gets a tremendous boost from capital gains tax revenues that local governments don't normally receive. And then unexpected money from the federal government to the state. There's, even though we're sort of coming out of a recession, there's an unexpected amount of money coming from the state of California, unprecedented numbers. It seems to me that we want to make sure that we're tracking, as you are, all these funding sources, but making sure that we know who in the county, whether they're the county organization or it's a county-wide organization separate from the county government. I think we want to track to make sure that everybody who's doing their job of tracking and applying for these funds as they become available. So I'm kind of looking at the CEO's office to see what thoughts they've had about, maybe the recovery team. I know here we are in the middle of budget season, budget sessions coming up. So, the same people who would be doing this work are busy developing the county budget and preparing for adoption of the county budget. But it does seem like this is such a large amount of money and in so many different areas that we do need to track it all and make sure that, as the money becomes available, that we have county agencies or entities within the county applying for these funds to, we could easily see, tens of millions of dollars in infrastructure being built in Mendocino County in the next next 3 years based on this year's allocation.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. I think you bring up a very good point. We certainly are tracking within our organization, and the departments are really good about letting us know. Most of the departments are really good about letting us know when they apply for state, federal grant dollars. Within the community, there are certain community-based organizations that we work with, as this board knows, and they do share with us if they're applying for a grant. In many cases, they need the county to sign on. I don't think that we have gotten to the point where we are specifically looking at the amount of money coming into the county going to the community-based organizations and assuring that we get that information. But you bring up a good point, and I will talk with our finance team after this meeting and see what steps we either have taken or could put in place so that we have that information. And certainly we could put it out to the community-based organizations that as they apply for dollars, that they certainly could let this board know. They could do it 3 minutes public comment, or certainly give us the information however it works. So you bring up a good point. There's a lot of money out there. We want to make sure we don't miss anything, and certainly working with the community will help us more so to know what's out there and make sure that we don't run into a problem that we've run into in the past, where we have more than one application coming out of Mendocino County, and that state and federal dollars will not allow for that. So we'll work on it, and I'll see if our deputy CEO could give this board an update again in June. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Supervisor McGordy?
So some of these grants are somewhat complicated to apply for, and I'm thinking of some of the infrastructure grants, and we probably need to have somewhat of a coordinated effort and have some on-staff expertise. And I'm thinking, like, for instance, the water grants. We've worked with LACO before, and may need to continue to do that, because those aren't things that staff can easily. We don't have staff to do them, and yet I know that they're important. So I wondered if the board has any thoughts about a strategy for addressing that, because there would be a pretty sizable opportunity that will take some real time. Having written grants myself, you can easily spend 20, 30 hours preparing something to get it ready, and then having eyes on it to make sure that it's complete and ready to go.
I completely agree, Supervisor McGordy. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think we're all agreeing. I think that report was packed with well-selected, pertinent content, impeccably delivered, and leads me to wonder if we should have a central repository for keeping track of opportunities that we know about and which department may be applying, just so that all eyes are on the same core set of facts. It'll be a shame if we find out a year from now there were funds available that we just didn't know we should pursue.
Well, how do we do something like that? Does anyone have any ideas? And at the University of California, they have Office of Contracts and Grants, which really manages any grant that comes in or out of any department. We have to basically work with them before we submit it to make sure it's complete. And then if it's awarded, then they set up the accounts and follow the tracking.
I would think a shared Office 365 document might be a good starting point. Maybe give supervisors read-only access.
Okay, excellent points.
Any other ideas? Does anyone else, Supervisors Mulhern or Haschak, do you have any thoughts?
I believe that this is something that Supervisor Williams and I were working with on policies and procedures, and I'm not sure if Deputy CEO Antle is in the room, but I think that they were on track to try to find a grant platform that would keep track of these kind of documents. Maybe it's a different software than what we're asking for, but I agree with the concept.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I'd like to hear from the CEO to make sure that we're tracking and what her ideas are on how best to coordinate this effort.
Chair Jurdy, if I can answer that question, and I don't know if Deputy CEO Antle is still in the office, but she certainly can add to this based on what Supervisor Mulheron has said. I can tell you that over the course of many years, how the grants work is that, again, you know, we work with the department heads and we put out a request if they, to know if they're applying for money. Sometimes what we have done is if we know of a grant and they don't, we send that information their way. Whoever talked about, I think it might have been Supervisor McGordy. We have a very good working relationship with LACO. They do write grants for us. That will continue. As we develop the water agency, my hope is that we will have someone in the water agency that is a grant writer and could apply for grants. And so I think areas like the water agency, disaster recovery, we've got all that covered. When it comes to grants and when it comes to getting that information to the board. Certainly working with internally with our departments, you know, they can certainly notify this board as far as applying for grants, and we can work on no duplication of effort. I think that the what Chair Jurdy brought up as far as the community, that's a different story, because they don't have any legal obligation to let us know, any community-based organization, what they're doing. So that's a little different. And as far as resources to do all this, you know, we're doing the best we can with resources. And, you know, it really is, I think, as Supervisor Jurdy mentioned earlier, you know, it really is a handful of people that are really doing most of the work. Deputy CEO Antle is here, so we're talking about grants and tracking grants and how we can best track grants as there's more revenue coming into or available to counties from the state and federal dollars.
Thank you, CEO Angelo, if I may, through the chair. So under a prior presentation to this board, we had discussed a grants unit being in the fiscal division under the executive office, and we are following through on adding that. Currently, the disaster recovery PERM is carrying the majority of the grants, close to 30 million. We have analyst Schwinn Ung and analyst Sarah Pierce working on that. The two grants that were mentioned earlier, the ELC grant, are at public health, but my team is intimately involved in those, and that's Sarah Pierce for those particular two. So we are pulling a grants team together so that we can review all the grants that are submitted by the various departments to ensure the strength and consistency of the grants and the best department or division that should be applying for those grants within the county departments.
And Chair
thank you,
Jurdy.
Deputy CEO Antle. I see Supervisor McGordy has his hand raised.
Yeah, so I think that's really wonderful, and it's really good to have eyes on grants, because one of the things that you find is that you want to be sure that your budget's add up and that you basically supplied everything, all the information that's necessary, so that you have a real competitive chance. And usually what you do is you set a deadline about a week before the grant is due, at least, for the grant team to get their eyes on it, to be sure that you've completed it. All they do is they just basically be sure that you've got all your T's crossed and your I's dotted, and that your budget's add up and that it makes sense. And then we also know, as an organization, who's applied for what. So it's all going through kind of a central office or location, so that there's some level of coordination. And hopefully this can also avoid some duplication. Because I know we've had issues before. CEO Angelo has talked about how some granting agencies are only going to look at one grant from one county. So those are things that you want to be sure you've gotten squared away early on.
Thank you. CEO Angelo, did you have something else you were going to add?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Jurdy. I just wanted to make a comment as a follow-up to what Deputy CEO Antle was talking about. At mid-year, the board did approve positions for disaster recovery, some additional positions, and those positions have been to apply for dollars and also to manage the grant dollars that we do have. So I would say that you know, this is a good conversation, and we have a department head meeting tomorrow. We meet with the department heads every other Wednesday, and most of the department heads and elected officials do come onto that call, and it's an opportunity to update them on the pandemic, now on the drought as well, and of course on the buildings, what's open, what's not, and hear from them any needs that they have as we continue to move through this period of time. We will talk again to them tomorrow about money coming into the county and having a more coordinated effort around applying for dollars. I think the bigger issue is I'm not so concerned really within the county, because I do think that most of the departments, not all of them, but most of them do work with us on applying for grant dollars, and many of those applications need a signature from the CEO. It will be a community effort attempting to get information from the community partners as far as what they're applying for and how we work collectively. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to just mention, or maybe hear from the board, I know that there are great opportunities for housing grants, and sometimes the county or other agencies will move forward and there's a reaction of some NIMBYism. So I just would like for the board to support us receiving any kind of information about upcoming housing developments or grants that the executive office finds out about as quickly as possible, so that we can try to mitigate those concerns with our community. In particular, I'm thinking about Project Home Key type grants. It's a great opportunity for Mendocino County to secure more housing. But when there isn't enough information provided up front during the grant process, and I realize that sometimes these things move very quickly, it can inspire some NIMBYism. So just a thought on that, grants particularly around housing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. You know, Nadia brought up the issue about broadband and the governor's proposal for, the $7 billion for broadband. It's certainly an issue with North Bay Broadband Consortium, and CSAC has been very adamant about pushing that forward, and they wanted us to lobby our legislators about that issue. And so I'm wondering if we need to do something special, a letter of support, or if our lobbyists are already on it. It seems like a special letter from the board might be in line to get that, because the telecommunications industries are fighting it, and that money would be very useful for our broadband issues. And Senator McGuire is on the budget committee, so I think that he would like some support too.
I totally support that idea. I think it's very useful to do that as a board to articulate our needs, because we represent sort of the outer limits of communications here, and anything we can do to move that agenda forward is really, really important.
Okay, we will send out a letter in support of that budget proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
See a hand raised for the perhaps the CEO.
Yeah. Chair Jurdy, thank you. I do think we sent a letter not long ago on broadband, but it may not be the same, so we'll go ahead and follow up on that. Nadia can follow up on that. I just wanted to do a follow-up on Project Home Key, since Supervisor Mulhern brought that up. We knew when we applied for Project Home Key with the hotel the first time around that we applied. It was a small number of rural counties that applied, and we had the good fortune of getting the money and, of course, purchased Best Western, and the rest is history, and it's actually a very successful project. So thank you to this board for supporting that. So what's currently happening is Megan Van Zant, who really is our superstar with these projects, did send out a letter to the cities. The concern, as what's happened in the past, is that you want to put Project Home Key, you want to put a facility where they're close to services. And so if you look at some areas on the coast, there's only certain areas that are really close to services. And here, you know, we had Best Western, which is in the city and so close to services. So Megan is polling the cities to see if they're interested in a Project Home Key, in us purchasing a hotel and building out a supportive housing unit. And so we are waiting on that. I think she's working on the letter. It hasn't gone out yet. However, I think, you know, it could also be a policy decision of this board. So that's where we are. We know there'll be more money. We know we can have more money for permanent supportive housing. We know the areas that are the best areas to put permanent supportive housing. And we're just not certain that our cities are going to work with us on this. So I do want to share that. And I think it is a policy decision of this board as to if there is a location and it's within a city and the city doesn't want it, does the board still want us to move forward or not? So I do share that with you because it was a big issue with the first round. I think it'll be a big issue with this round as well, and any other money that comes or that is available to the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Has the state discussed the possibility of other arrangements besides removing a hotel from the TOT base that a city may be depending on? Is that the only option, buying a hotel and remodeling, or is it possible to use the funds to provide the housing without taking away from the bed tax? So,
Chair Jurdy, sorry to just jump in on this one, but it's not only hotels. We certainly can purchase apartment buildings, any other type of facility that could work for permanent supportive housing. The hotel model obviously works because you can have the kitchenettes, there's separate rooms, obviously separate bathrooms, but we certainly can look at other facilities, multi-unit housing or apartment complexes. You just have to find them.
Okay, well, this was a very interesting legislative update. It's good discussion, and glad to hear that the recovery team is building up its capacity to track and pursue the different grants that are coming in. I'm sure we'll hear more on this. Any public comments on this item?
No, we do not, but Chair Jurdy, staff would like to clarify whether or not the sending of the letter was intended to be a directive, and if so, could we get a clear restatement of that?
I think it is that we want to send a letter to our two state legislators in support of the broadband budget proposal. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I think there may be some opportunity for us to collaborate with our consortium. So before a letter goes out, it'd be great to run it by them, maybe ask Tom West or Jeff Terrell to help us with the effort.
Excellent suggestion. I think they could probably give us a draft letter.
And excuse me one more time, upon a second look, it appears that we do have a public comment on this item, so that will be Devin Jones.
Good morning, board. This is Devin Jones, Executive Director of Mendocino County Farm Bureau. Appreciate the conversation this morning. I think organization is going to be key. There's several programs that Farm Bureau has been following in both the Senate budget proposal and what is coming from the governor's May revise. Most of this is related to drought and what funding mechanisms may be available specifically to assist with our agricultural community. So I would encourage the county to continue to organize. I think there's, a lot of unknowns at this point where how some of this drought money will be put forward, but, the development of additional off-stream ponds is critical, especially within the Russian River Basin. We also have significant interest in working on some projects over in the Navarro River Basin, as well as other areas of the county. Some of this, segues into the broadband conversation because a lot of our agricultural water efficiencies are technology-based, and those are linked via, cellular service or, internet-based types of programs. So we are engaged on the broadband issues as well, but I think those are going to be especially critical moving forward. A couple other programs that maybe weren't highlighted as much this morning. One is the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. There is a specific funding allocation through SGMA, so I would really encourage the county to continue to work with our water agency and our consultants and Supervisor McGordy as being the representative in that entity to continue to apply for funding mechanisms that could be made available to assist in going forward with the development of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Plan for next year. And then also our Air Quality Management District, I would encourage the county to work with air quality because there is a specific pool of money available through what is called the Farmer Program to the California Air Resources Board. And this has been a critical program to help in the replacement of stationary diesel engines, even tractors and such for agriculture. And we do have an upcoming deadline for replacing Tier 2 engines. And I think if our county could advocate for a funding mechanism, that would be critical to help several of our local farmers. And, finally, I think that, through our state organizations that you've mentioned this morning, continuing to work with our state elected officials, it'll be really critical that Mendocino County is organized and prepared. And I think that the conversation this morning has given me a little bit more hope that is happening. And I would encourage, as CEO Angela mentioned, to work with county partners, local organizations such as Farm Bureau. We'll be continuing to advocate as much as we can for funding mechanisms to come from the state for some of these agricultural programs. So thank you.
Okay, we have a question or comment from Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, hoping to get clarification from Devin on the concept of replacing some of our agricultural groundwater use with winter rain catchment. What specifically can the county do to advocate? I think the biggest challenges are probably going to be on the regulatory front. I know it depends upon the capacities of what you'd be looking to do for rainfall capture beyond just, sort of an urban, suburban sort of situation. If we're talking about like a pond type of a development, typically that has to go to the State Water Resources Control Board and others. So I think that could be of somewhere that the county could be of assistance with that process simply because applicants may not be able to negotiate that completely on their own. If it's going to be for the installation of like a tank infrastructure, there are still, I think, some county permitting requirements in order to, make sure those pads are installed correctly and whatnot for the supporting of the tank infrastructure. I've also heard that, tanks aren't readily available right now for obvious reasons, whether that's COVID and manufacturing setbacks or just demand. So that could be possibly, if that's a program that the county wants to endorse and move forward, there could be some assistance possibly in securing the actual tank infrastructure as well. Did that answer your question, Supervisor? It did. Thank you.
All right, we have a question or comment from Supervisor McGordy. You're muted.
Devin's a great partner, and thank you for calling in. And we have other people who are working on this, including the Nature Conservancy and Fish-Friendly Farming, looking at forbearance, which means taking water out when hopefully the streams and rivers are running high and storing it. And they've been doing that in Anderson Valley in exchange for actually reducing pumping from the main stem of the Navarro River during the summer. So that program's been somewhat successful. And we would like to continue to do more of that. And I would encourage it also for the cannabis industry, even though technically they don't, they aren't necessarily considered agriculture. I do, but not everybody else does. Nonetheless, I think that forbearance is going to be critical as we try to manage water in our upper watershed areas, because the impact is huge on endangered species if we don't find a way of better managing water. And I think in the money that's being allocated for the cannabis industry, that's part of the thing, is that there will be an opportunity for purchasing tanks and doing some forbearance to protect water resources and divert it when the flow is high.
Right. Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah. How do we transition the cannabis cultivation away from using groundwater primarily?
Well, you know, using groundwater is not necessarily a bad thing. I think that's something that California's got to face, is that in the future, we have to have that as a more important part of our water resources, because surface water is getting to be, as we can see, a little bit less likely. The idea that you get your water supply every year from rain may not happen. And this is 2 years in a row now where we're seeing that. So when we can manage groundwater, that becomes an important thing. We're kind of unlucky in the sense that the fractured geology of Mendocino County doesn't allow for good water storage in most places. That's our problem. So surface water still becomes an important resource for us to use when it's feasible. The key is not to divert it at a time where it's going to injure our other public trust resources like fish and wildlife. So that means winter diversions when the conditions are right. And that gets more complicated. But we have people who are really up on that, and especially fish-friendly farming, and the Nature Conservancy have really shown in Anderson Valley some really good ideas. So we've got local expertise. It's not like we have to go out and find it. We just have to start utilizing it. And I think in this cycle of drought funding, there's going to be funding available for that. The other partners I'd pick up on would be the Natural Resource Conservation Service and also Mendocino County Resource Conservation District. They all work with growers. The Mendocino County Resource Conservation District has the ability to work with cannabis growers, which NRCS does not. So we need to engage them as partners as we try to address this moving forward.
Okay, right. Well, thanks for the discussion. And if we're ready, we can move on to supervisor reports. Okay, would someone like to start on supervisor reports? Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Judy. Well, I'll start off. I had a town hall meeting on Sunday, and it was well attended and good discussion. Lots of interest in what's happening in Sonoma County with their cannabis programs. The Drought Ad Hoc Committee met, and we're looking at the water conservation methods, system for voluntary reductions, and of 20%, and also getting greater reporting from all the water districts in Mendocino County. So trying to get that information together in one centralized place where that would be readily available to people. And then the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee has met a couple times, and I think that one area that we need to start looking at is the cannabis and the drought, where the nexus is, like we just had a discussion about. And I think that it's going to be an issue for everyone, the water usage and how that plays out. So that's about it for me.
Right. Supervisor McGordy?
Supervisor Mulhern and I had 2 more listening sessions, one in Potter Valley Saturday, a week ago from Saturday, and then also last Thursday evening. So we've had a chance to have the people of Potter Valley weigh in on what's important to them, and upgrading the ability of their fire department to respond is top on their list. We basically purchasing a new fire engine that they have an unusual situation because there's no fire hydrants out there. They have to carry their water to the fire, and they have a network of recharging places that basically include farm ponds and irrigation canals and in a few cases some wells. The need for creating a place to bring farm animals during an emergency was brought up, and we're thinking that the Potter Valley Rodeo Grounds might be such a place, and trying to improve their facilities so that they can first of all, they need to have a better water system. The pump they have there is pretty inadequate. And they also would like to have some covered pens so that animals can stay there for multiple days at a time. But because during an emergency, a fire emergency, if you evacuate large animals, there's not a lot of places where you can take them. The fairgrounds in Ukiah is one possibility, but it would be great to have another place besides that. Am I missing anything, Supervisor Mulheron?
No, I think you covered it. Thank you.
Okay, and I really appreciate Supervisor Mulheron. She's very good with the crowd. She spends lots of time with people. I'm turning into kind of a hermit here, and I need to break those habits and get out more. And it was really fun to talk with people and see them. And you know, I think being isolated during the pandemic has made it sometimes difficult to reach people, but I expect that to change. So the other thing I just wanted to mention too, Supervisor Hashjack and I are on the strategic plan ad hoc, and you'll be hearing pretty soon from our proposed consultants, and we'll have a discussion about how we're going to engage and what we're going to do. And that's coming up on June 8th, is it? What, have I got the date right?
June 9th.
June 9th. I was close. So that's all I have to report.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Mulheron. I think her video has frozen.
While we wait for her, I could mention I'm putting significant focus on broadband, looking at the funds that are becoming available and how those match up with the plans we have. There may be some rework of our plans to bolster eligibility, and I'll bring findings back to the board as a report.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Williams. Supervisor Mulheron.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just do a really quick one. The MTA has worked for several years to increase access to public transportation around Ukiah. So they will have a route starting July 1st that will get people all the way from the very east side of Ukiah in the Oak Manor neighborhood to the very west side near the golf course and Todd Grove Park, as well as connecting to the new housing that's going to be put in on the north end of Ukiah by the on Brush Street. So this is a process that's been a long time in the making, and I hope that people will utilize public transportation with these new routes.
Okay, thank you. I'll just briefly mention that Snow Clean Power staff is in response to our board's action to approve the recommendations of the Climate Action Committee proposal to have county buildings which are outside the city of Ukiah switched over to the Evergreen program, which is the 100% local renewable energy source. They are providing county staff with the budget for switching over to that power source. And also I've been meeting with some housing advocates, and I believe the Inland Housing Action Team has submitted a letter to the county proposing that the county, and I just want to make sure everybody's aware of it, a housing trust fund similar to the housing trust fund that the city of Ukiah created, which partly is a revolving loan fund to help start housing projects, which can be for workforce housing, all sorts of types of housing projects. And then let's see, Meta Recycle. I think I mentioned at our last meeting that the agency had an uptick in people when sheltering in place, cleaning out their garages and bringing in more than unusual amounts of hazardous material, paints, that kind of thing for pickup, which spiked their expenses, depleted reserves. And at our last meeting, supervisor or council member Jessica Marcel Hay and myself were appointed as, we are already in ad hoc. We were asked to meet with county staff and city staff to kind of go over the Meta Recycle budget and proposals to make sure that that entity is sustaining in the future. So those are just a few highlights. And I hope that yesterday's meeting was successful. The meetings that we had ahead of time with the Library Advisory board and with the behavioral health board members, I think helped develop a meeting that was, action oriented and successful. So thanks to everyone for that. Okay, all right. So that concludes, I think, our supervisors reports, and I think I may have a slightly different order on my agenda than staff. So would we be going next to 5B, which is notice public hearing?
Yes, we would.
Okay. So that's a notice public hearing and discussion possible action, including adoption of resolution confirming acceptance of the fiscal year 21-22 Mendocino County Business Improvement District, the annual report, thereby levying an annual assessment for the bid for fiscal year 21-22. And the sponsor is the Planning and Building Department. And I first want to ask the clerk, have we distributed all correspondence for this item?
Yes, we have, and proper notice has been established.
Okay. And notice has been established. Okay, great. Okay. And it looks like we may have planning and building staff online to start the presentation discussion.
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you. Adrienne Thompson, Planning and Building Services. This is the notice public hearing and adoption of the resolution to confirm the annual assessment for the bid for fiscal year 21-22. At this time, the department has no written protests received on record. I don't believe the clerk of the board received any either. And I'll just say that staff will be available for questions or comments if you have any. Also, Travis Scott, the executive director for MCTC, is available. And it looks like our bid chair, Marcus Magdaleno, is also available and may have a few comments if you have time. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thanks. Just going back to Atlas, have we opened the public hearing? We should open the public hearing now, I think, 11:07. Do we have any members of the public who wish to comment on this?
No, we do not.
Okay. So we have the report. Do we have any comments either from Visit Mendocino, Travis Scott? Or Marcus?
I made my comments at the last meeting. Thank you very much for your time today. I do believe Marcus Magdaleno has some things to say.
Okay, great. Marcus, would you like to address the board?
You can press *6 to unmute your microphone.
It appears Marcus may be having difficult connecting. I know he was going to be out of the area, so I'm not sure that he will be available to comment.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, we have no public comments. So I guess at 11:09, we'll close the public hearing. And the matter's back to the board. Supervisor Williams.
I move the recommended action.
Let's second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Okay, we have roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you, Alice. It is only 10 minutes after 11, and I'm curious if we're planning to go to any other items. The next thing I have on my agenda, on my outline, is the closed session. Do we have any other items that we could hear before going to closed session?
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. I have, during my CEO report, I have the cannabis manager speaking on her report. So I would like to wait until this afternoon to do the CEO report so Ms. Nevedal could do her her portion of my report. With that, we do have some items that I'm not certain we're ready to go. We do have 6A, if Supervisor Hashak is ready to do 6A, which is the waste hauling item. I don't know. And I don't know, Supervisor Hashak, if you have any county staff that will be doing that with you, that we have to notify. Oh,
Well,
they
I
are
think
on, okay.
Deputy CEO Dunnicliff was going to be on, and also Jerry Ward from Solid Waste of Willits.
Okay.
So I don't know if Jerry Ward's on.
They are both on the line.
Oh, great. Then should we go with it?
If they're here, let's go right into that item 6A.
Yeah, well, the situation in Covelo has been because of the increased population there and just a variety of issues that the transfer station is filling up very quickly, and that they have two 40 cubic yard bins there, and that the situation when the bins get full, then they have to close down the solid or the transfer station, and so the gates will close and people don't know about it. If they're coming in from an hour away, then it creates a problem for people who get there, and if the transfer station is closed, then they end up throwing their garbage, or some people throw their garbage off the hillsides or wherever they can, and it's created this trash problem throughout the community and on the roads in and out of Covelo. So working with Tribal Council up there and Jerry Ward of Solid Waste of Willits and Deputy CEO Dunnicliff, we've come up with some strategies to create a long-term fix for the transfer station. And what we'd like to do is increase the platform, and so that we can bring in a potbelly trailer, which would increase the capacity. It would eliminate some of the closings, we hope, and it could solve some of these problems. And so what we need to do to increase the cost for improving the platform and where they can dump it off into the potbelly or possum-bellied trailer would cost us an amount. And Jerry Ward was doing some investigation on that, and the idea is to offset that cost with an increase of the yardage fee. And it has been kept low in that the Round Valley area because of the economics there, but we feel like that $1 per cubic yard would probably do it. Over the next couple of years would pay for it. And the Round Valley Tribe is in support of this. The Round Valley Area MAC is in support of this. And we have Jerry Ward on the line, and so he could talk to it too. And Deputy CEO Dunnicliff. And also another part would be getting some signage there to tell people what the hours are. The Department of Transportation could create those signs, and it could provide more information for the people. So we're trying to get some of these long-term fixes in for that transfer station. And if Jerry Ward wanted to talk to it, that'd be great.
Okay, well, thank you for the introduction to that, Supervisor Hashak. So, Jerry, do you have audio?
Or Deputy CEO Dunnicliff could add something to it too.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we have audio now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the report, Supervisor Hashak, and thank you, Supervisor Jurdy. Yeah, this issue has just really grew out in the last year. Prior to 2020, the volumes at Covelo have been quite low. But in 2020, the volumes have actually more than tripled. To give you some idea, Albion, Boonville, and Potter Valley all together are still lower than what we generate in Covelo. It's my understanding there's like 7,000 or 8,000 people living in the valley now. So the facility just
for years handled the population quite well, but here in the last year, it's increased to the point where we just can't keep up with it. So we're proposing there's 3 slots there for 3 different 50 cubic yard bins, and we want to move one of the slots out for so we can then put in a 45-foot trailer, and then have additional capacity, as well as have the material hauled directly to the landfill like we do at South Coast Transfer Station. So unfortunately, trying to find local contractors in the area has been very difficult. So I did reach out in Willits, and finally found Bud Garman here in Willits that went out and looked at the site and is prepared to give me a proposal, but ran into an issue with engineering. So he asked if there was some things there to be done for engineering. I contacted Howard DeShield. Howard provided me some diagrams for the wall extension, because you're going to have to go up like 12 feet. So I sent those off to Bud Garman. Bud's looking at that so we can come up with a proposal for cost. I don't have anything today. I apologize, but everybody just seems to be too busy at this point to look at anything like that. But Bud Garman said he would provide something to me soon. In the meantime, I will be providing another sign out there. It should be out this week or next. The reason there hasn't been signs in the past, I've replaced them 2 or 3 times because they get shot up with bullet holes and very difficult for the public to read. This one I'm going to made out of metal, and I'm putting it inside the facility, so when at least they drive up, they can see it. And then we will be pursuing a Cal Recycle permit to allow the capacity to increase. That's just a simple 1-page deal with environmental health, and we will be tracking that as well. So I really can't tell you what the rate adjustment would be, what the cost would be, until I get those numbers from Mr. Garman. So if we could delay this, I could come back and at a future date. But in the meantime, we're trying our best to keep the volumes there to a minimum, and keep the site open. Like I said, we have capacity for 100 cubic yards, but they fill up quite quickly, and it's about a 5-hour turnaround trip. So to try to do 2 in 1 day is pretty difficult with the drivers we have. But we'll monitor it and keep it open as best we can.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I support it. I think it's really a 3rd district issue, and so I'm going to support the 3rd district, and it doesn't impact general fund. But I wonder, hearing that the facility is being shot up, I wonder if we should add funds for security cameras.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. There's no electricity out there. It had to be battery operated. I have tried trail cameras. You can only put, there isn't any trees on site or any places you can hide them. And I did put one in off our office, but it was stolen. There isn't any, if you've been out to the site, there isn't any fencing around the facility. The gate is not really basically a gate. They were just cutting them open at any time. We do have a rampant vandalism as well as illegal operations. That's why I had to purchase lidded boxes. We lock them every night, but we still have people going in there, going through the metal containers or the other items that we have off to the side. So yeah, it's been a real problem there. I have talked to the tribal council about maybe relocating it and see if they have an interest in building such a facility as some of the other reservations do. We would be more than willing to provide the service for it, but it just needs to be in another location where it's a little more secure. But it's an ongoing problem, and I would hope that at least the possibility trailer would help at least with the volumes. But those are good questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Moore.
I don't know if that was a motion by Williams. If it was, I would second it. And I think that this board has said we would like to support getting additional services and supporting Covelo as much as possible.
It was a motion, and thanks for the second.
Okay, thanks. Supervisor McGordy.
So I support any efforts that get illegal dumping on rural lands over with, and because it's an ongoing problem all over the county. And so anything we can do to make it easier so that people aren't dumping their garbage where they shouldn't, I support.
I support this as well. So what we have is a conceptual plan at this point. We don't have a budget, and that would be brought back at a future meeting. Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to see if Deputy CEO Dunnicliff has anything to add to this. And, you know, we're really looking at the concept of this. And unfortunately, we don't have the dollar figures right now. But if we can approve the concept, then that will allow us to go forward with this.
Deputy CEO Steve Dunnicliff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So, you know, just a couple of brief comments that this is really complementary to the $1 million grant application that the board supported to do cleanup in Round Valley. And what's interesting is Mr. Ward is indicating that the volumes at the facility have tripled. You know, that's still not accounting for the people that are being turned away with full loads and being diverted to Willits. So the volume in Round Valley has been even higher than what's being hauled out of the transfer station. And, you know, just kind of the final observation that I've made as I was working with Supervisor Haschak on this is, you know, really there's illegal dumping, significant amount of illegal dumping from people that are driving past the transfer station to dump illegally. And I think that in years past, there's been an effort to keep the gate fees low to discourage, you know, the cost as being a reason for illegal dumping. And what's essentially happened is with the lower gate fees, the service levels have gotten so bad that they've led to increased illegal dumping. At least that's what it appears to be the case. So with the board's conceptual approval, I believe that Supervisor Haschak is going to be able to continue working with Jerry Ward. DOT is available to support that effort. And what I anticipate is going to happen is, as was referenced, that a more specific proposal will come back now for improvements with a fee structure and a little bit more information for the board to consider and approve.
Thank you. Supervisor McGordy?
I'm sorry, my hand's up. I didn't take it down.
Okay, thank you. Just a question for either Steve or Supervisor Haschak or Jerry or DOT if they're on the call. We also have vandalism at the county airport, which county-owned land at Round Valley, and that's also where the I believe this is co-located is where the county DOT trucks are located. I know there's been issues where people have come in and vandalized county vehicles. One way to mitigate that is to have an on-site resident, and I don't believe that's the case at the county DOT yard / airport. Maybe that is the case. Maybe there's a trailer there and someone's living there. But I'm just curious if that's been looked at for the transfer station. And I don't know if there's physically enough space for a transfer station to be co-located at the county airport and DOT yard. But I mean, it just seems like perhaps consolidating that infrastructure at one site and having one or two on-site residents, you know, who could live there for free in exchange for, you know, keeping an eye on things. Maybe something along those lines might be part of the solution. So I don't know if that's been looked at or if that's even feasible. Supervisor Haschak.
Well, that's an interesting idea, and I think it's worth looking into. We have been looking at, for the long-term solution, is to relocate the transfer station on the tribal land where they would have more control over it. Because right now it's out in the middle of you know, an area that's not really monitored at all.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thanks. All right. Well, we have a motion on the table. Do we have any public comment at this time?
No, we do not, and I would like to clarify that the motion was the recommended action.
The motion was a recommended action with additional direction for Supervisor Hascheck and DOT to consider appropriate security in the plan.
Okay. And that's just concurring, just make sure that the second is concurring with that.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thanks. Okay. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Hascheck,
Yes.
and Chair Jurdy.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Thanks for coming online earlier than planned. Are there any other items that we can take on this morning?
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. Since we have Mr. Dashiell, is he still with us? Then maybe we want to do 5C with Howard with us. The other option, of course, is 6B, which is yours and Supervisor Mulheron's. But I think if Howard is with us, then maybe we could move to 5C.
Okay, let's do that. Okay, so the sponsor of that is Department of Transportation. It's the Potter Valley area, Potter Valley Road. Howard?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard Dashiell, your Department of Transportation Director. So back on April 6th, we brought the item to the board to advertise and award phase 1 of the East Side Potter Valley Road project. It was really for only about a quarter of it because we only have limited funds from STIP. We had 3.15 million, as the letter indicates, kind of does a breakdown. The short way to tell the story is the base bid came in at 4.221 million, so we have a gap we can't award. In the meantime, though, there are the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act funds, nicknamed CRISA. That's money that was approved last fall by Congress to try to stimulate the economy coming out of COVID. The county share of that is $918,129, and discussing that with MCOG staff, which will be the ones that set the appropriation in the FTIP, they really feel that the Ackerman Creek Bridge is the best place to put it. That bridge is fully federalized. It has all the environmental clearances. The deal is, though, DOT has been reserving additional local match well in excess of that 918,000, even when combined with the money we have from the college RDA, which was in support of the project. We can definitely use all that CRISA money. So what we'd like to do is swap it so that we could award the East Side Potter Valley Road Phase 1. Would like the board's support on that. I know MCOG staff already supports moving CRISA money to Ackerman Creek Bridge. And then we would only need about 152,891 of road fund or some other funds to award, and we feel we have that. Going back to April 6th, there was a bigger discussion about, perhaps the PG&E settlement money. I know that's on hold right now. We did, though, get a couple additive alternates that we could still consider with the board to do a little more on the East Side Potter Valley Road project. I think we need to do that later in the context of all the PG&E settlement money. But today, if you could support this resolution, I could at least award the base bid, and then we would have until the end of June to make decisions on the 2 bid additives that my letter discusses. So that's the lowdown. I'll take questions.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to move the recommended action, and I had a question for Director DeShiel. Is it possible to add a brief summary of the plans for all of the projects that are listed on the DOT website, like we have for, there's one bridge that has a link to the plans, but if all of the projects could have at least some type of summary link or images, that would be helpful for me when talking to constituents about these kind of projects.
Okay, typically we have data on the website for environmental studies. Sometimes the projects aren't well enough defined until they get to CEQA to really have many documents to post. So that's why that is. Some of them are just in early stages.
Well, on this project, we're approving a bid for construction, so there must be documents available.
Sure, they were on the bid page. They're still there. Projects out to bid, the plans are there.
So it sounds like the request is to, the documents are there, just maybe make sure the link is on the page that Supervisor Mulhern is referencing, I think. Supervisor McGorty.
Well, first of all, second the motion and just say that it's, you know, a long time coming, and the residents of Potter Valley will be thrilled to see any road improvement. Conditions are pretty rough out there, and you know, I'm very supportive of moving this forward.
In fact, as I think Howard will remember, it was about 13 years ago, maybe 14 years ago, because it was before Supervisor Brown was the supervisor, that the MCOG board voted to approve these funds. It just takes a while when you vote for the funds, especially if there's state funds sometimes have been put on suspense due to other projects. But anyway, so glad to see this coming to fruition. Yeah, 13 years at least since the MCOG board voted to fund this project. Okay, so we have a motion, and do we have any public comment on this item?
No, we do not.
And I'll add that although Supervisor Brown was not the county supervisor, she was present and speaking in favor of the allocation at the MCOG meeting. The sitting supervisor at the time didn't show up. Okay, so we can have a roll call.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right. Well, I think we might have time to go to the item for the tax agenda item, which is item, let's see, it's item 6B, which is discussion possible action, including creation of a tax sharing ad hoc to work with a tax sharing agreement between the City of Ukiah and the County of Mendocino that sponsors Supervisor Mulhern and myself. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, you know, the tax sharing agreement is something that all of the cities need to work out with the county, which is why Chair Jurdy and myself brought this item forward. As our cities and districts change and proposals are brought before LAFCO, there seems to be a barrier with the not having a tax sharing agreement. This was a previous ad hoc assignment, and there's not continued history of what was previously discussed. So the request is to create a new ad hoc and begin working on this again with all 4 of the incorporated cities.
And I just add that the hope is if we can meet with all the cities, but we might be able to at least create a unified agreement that would work with any one of the cities. At least that's the hope. Supervisor McGorty.
Can you give us a thumbnail sketch of what this involves and what it looks like?
So I think many counties have a sort of a boilerplate agreement that they've already worked out with the cities that says if you annex a piece of property into a city, that here's how we will split the property tax and or sales tax or hotel tax. And so it's just been elusive here in Mendocino County to reach that. But hope springs eternal, and maybe this committee will reach agreement.
Yeah, I hope so, because development in Ukiah is very, very strange. And my poster child is the farm worker housing on Brush Street with no sidewalks, no lights, a road that doesn't meet any kind of urban standards. And I just wonder, how did that ever happen? And it's something that should have been annexed into the city of Ukiah to provide all the basic services and things. And it just looks like poor planning. And I think that we, as a board, I hope we take this on seriously and try to reach some kind of resolution. I also appreciate that Mendocino County does make probably a fair amount of income from the auto plazas that are north of Ukiah, and don't want to relinquish the money because it's important to us in our budget. So I understand the difficulty of trying to make all this work, but it just seems like our city limits are kind of strange for Ukiah. I don't know how Fort Bragg looks. I haven't looked at it closely, but it seems like there's a lot of urban area that's not inside the city limits, it's in the county, and it's just strange that it was never incorporated. I kind of wonder why LAFCO, it doesn't function better than it does.
Yeah, and my hope is that although I think the discussions have principally been surrounded the commercial areas, and that will be part of the discussion, my hope is that this tax share agreement could actually lead to more thoughtful development of housing in or what's now near the cities, because I think the cities are better equipped with their water and sewer services, although you do have some water and wastewater services outside of the city of Ukiah. Do we have any other board member questions or comments? We have CEO Angelo, or?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I would just like to comment, and I hope that we have given all the board actions to Supervisor Mulhera, and I apologize if you haven't gotten the prior actions. But I would like to just comment, because since I started in 2010, we had a tax sharing agreement, and or not tax sharing agreement, an ad hoc, excuse me, trying to develop a tax sharing agreement with the city of Ukiah. There were multiple reiterations of that ad hoc, but in the end, the one key item that we were never able to agree on, of course, was the formula, which was the formula as to what the city would get and what the county would get. So the only thing I would say about this is I think that Supervisor McGorty brings up some of the challenges within the county. And so to have a tax sharing agreement that is a basic agreement with the cities, with the county, may not be as easy to do just based on the different areas in the county, and basically, what the county would agree to with the city of Ukiah may not be the same as the city of Willits or the city of Fort Bragg. So I just share that because I'm wondering about the possibility of just starting with one city and actually doing the county and the city of Ukiah first and seeing how far you can get. I mean, certainly. The boards in my 15 years here have always tried to reach this tax sharing agreement and have never been able to. So I just think it may be a bigger challenge with all the cities. I certainly support what Supervisor Mulheren and Chair Jurdy want to do. I'm just wondering, since I have been a part of this over the last 15 years, as to how easy it will be to get an agreement with all the cities when we couldn't get one with one city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
I'd just like to add that the city of Willits is certainly interested in annexing some land to provide housing. And so good luck with it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Do we have any public comments on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay. Well, did we have a motion?
We haven't had one yet.
I'll move the recommended action.
Okay.
Okay. moved by Supervisor Hashak, and a close call, but I think it was Supervisor McGorty for the second. And can we have a roll call?
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay. That puts us, I think we've covered most everything we could probably cover in the morning session. We have, let's see, how many closed? We have a closed session item on my calendar. I want to confirm 9A, evaluation of public defender. Just want to confirm that's in closed session.
Yes, Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. That is your closed session item. So if the board would like, we could take a break and come back at noon. Oh, I'm sorry. County Counsel Curtis has something to add.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, before we move on, I'm just looking at the recommended action on item 6B, and it talks about the creation of an ad hoc committee. I don't see it specifying the composition. So before you move on, it may be helpful just to clarify who the members of the ad hoc committee will be to be working on the tax sharing agreement.
Supervisor Hashak.
Yes, it would be Supervisors Mulhern and Jurdy.
Okay, Supervisor McGorty, was that your 10?
Yes.
Okay. Does that clarification suffice?
Yes, as long as that's what the chair desires and there's no contrary motion by the board, I think we're good.
Okay. All right. Not seeing any. Okay. Okay. So we'll reconvene in closed session at noon. Thanks. open session. And in closed session, we had just one item, which was 9A, which was public performance evaluation, public defender, and direction was given. I don't think there's anything else more to report there. And that takes us to the last two agenda items of this day. And we are now on item 6C, which is discussion and possible action, including direction to departments to work with the Chief Executive Officer and the Executive Office budget team to reimagine the budget with priority on federal and state funding mandates and local core services first. And sponsor is Supervisor Williams. So Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so I had brought up zero-based budgeting back in 2019, and it seemed that was difficult to implement, but I still have a concern that we're not meeting some of the core needs. And in the discussion about Recovery Act and PG&E settlement, there seems to be that there's a lot of nice to haves that I guess I would like to see some of the core solved first. So state, federal mandates, planning and building, and public safety, I see those as really core, that we have to bolster those first before we fund the nice to haves. And I think every opportunity, the sheriff has pointed out that he doesn't have the resources he needs to provide public safety, and the state constitution does require that we prioritize public safety as the first priority of public funds. And there's an item later to discuss maybe how we can get some more detail on strengths and weaknesses and where we would need to apply the funds. But I would like to, since the supervisors don't have adequate information in front of them to construct a budget from scratch to sort of A/B test different approaches, I think it would be valuable to ask the executive office to give us a budget that's focused on federal, state, and local mandates, and see how that differs.
Okay. All right. And I'm sure, Supervisor Williams, you've discussed some of these ideas beyond the previous discussion we had about the zero-based budgeting with county staff. Is there someone in particular you want to bring into this discussion?
Perhaps CEO Carmel Angelo and Assistant CEO Darcy Antle.
Okay.
Yeah. Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. I would gladly speak to this. Yes, Supervisor Williams did talk with me about bringing this item forward, and also with Deputy CEO Darcy Antle, soon to be Assistant CEO Darcy Antle. Anyway, I would say that this isn't very different than what we did a few years ago when we were having a budget crunch. Chair Jurdy, I think you will recall that the direction given to the staff at that time was to look at core services and delineate between those core services that were county services, as Supervisor Williams has discussed, like public safety, versus those nice to have. And a lot of we do have many nice to have services in the county, and those are the add-ons, the extras that we can do. But it still is an impact to the county system and to the staff. So we have a template of a chart that we used at that time that we could use for this exercise. One of the only area that I did talk with Supervisor Williams about that I differ just slightly is that core services are, in my opinion, different than federal and state funded mandates. Oh, actually, let me take that back. This does say funded mandates, because there are so many unfunded state mandates that we don't want to be just tied to unfunded mandates. So to answer the question, we know that we have budget hearings coming in June. And so we absolutely need more time in working with the departments on reimagining the budget. But it's definitely something that we are willing to work on. It just will take a little bit more time than what we have to do our budget hearings and to bring forward a budget in just a couple weeks. So I'll go to Darcy, if you'd like to add.
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. Yes, I think we look forward to this opportunity to work with the departments. It really needs to be a collaboration between the executive budget team and the departments. The budget team may not know all the mandates, funded mandates that are out there for all the different departments. So it'll be a work in progress with the departments, and we can definitely start with the template we had used prior.
Okay, so to recap, what I'm hearing is you're working on this, but at this point in May, it's probably not possible to really do this for the entire county budget for this year's budget. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct. Darcy Antle through the chair. Yes, that's correct. We have quite a bit of the budget ready as it needs to be submitted later this week for publishing, but it is something that we can continue to work with the departments on and have a good product for you for next year, 22-23.
It would be, we bring forward the mid-year budget sometime around January, which would be about 6 months. And one would hope we could get it done sooner. But again, we have the different funding streams that we are working with this board on and different projects, and getting the departments that have been in a different mode because of the pandemic. So I think that, honestly, that it could take a few months to get this done. So if we look at having this done by mid-year for next year, which would be January, that would be a good time frame for us if that's acceptable to Supervisor Williams and this board.
Okay. Looking to the rest of the board on this item. Supervisor McGordy.
So a question to Supervisor Williams. What do you hope to be the outcome if we do this?
That instead of just copying and pasting last year's budget and making a few changes for the difference in revenue, we take more of an approach of starting from scratch and making sure we address core services first.
Give me some examples of what you consider to be core services.
Well, I think our planning director is essentially rebuilding planning and building. I think it's been in really bad shape, and I would put that down as a core service that we have to provide. Public health, I think it's probably difficult to raise it now because we're in the midst of talking about splitting 2 or 3 ways, but I think that's a good example of it's required a lot of assistance from the executive office to get through the pandemic. It wasn't ready for this. And I would think public health is really a core service that needs to be bolstered before nice to haves. Where that line is of what's included and what isn't, I think we as a group need to better define it. And I was hoping this would be a starting point for that conversation, get some ideas from the executive office as a starting point, but then fine tune it on what's included and what isn't. Certainly, public safety has to be a top priority, and I think we keep hearing that we're not adequately funding public safety.
So there's a couple ways of looking at this. One of them is money. The other one is people. And are they the same thing? Are they different in your mind, or is it a basic organizational issue? Is it because we don't have money? What is it? Is it leadership? Is it the board not doing what we're supposed to be doing? This is a very interesting topic for us to consider as an organization. All of the above?
If you ask me, I think the county has more obligation than it does funds. And so we're going to fall short somewhere. Rather than let that be circumstance, this tug of war, I think we should plan for it and decide what are the top priorities that we accomplish and make robust, and what are we willing to fall short on. And where we've been headed, it seems like it's patching one problem and creating a funding problem somewhere else without much planning about the holistic view.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Williams, I think that you're on the right track, and I'm wondering if you've envisioned how this coordinates with the strategic planning process and departments participating in that process and helping the board determine really what can help them get to their goals with the available funding that they already have, or which goals would still need to be achieved, even if there were budget cuts in a year or two. Did you envision these two things possibly working together at all?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Supervisor Heshak.
Thank you, Chair Jordy. Yeah, I was going to add that this strategic planning process that we're about to get into certainly would be, a venue for prioritizing what we want to do as a county, because I think one of the main pillars that we're looking at is public safety and governance and the safety net and economic development. Those kind of things we need to be focused on, and that's our core mission. One question I had is, like this morning, we approved $475,000 for the business improvement, the BID, and would that be considered a core element? Supervisor Williams, I guess that's a question for you.
I think it's a question for the supervisors, but I was hoping letting staff have the first pass at what they see based on all the institutional knowledge, what they see as core. What do we absolutely have to provide and what's left over? That would give the board a good starting point as we go into the strategic planning. It may be that there's nothing left over. And I think that'll change the strategic planning discussion. If we start the strategic planning without a template that addresses the core needs and a clear understanding of what the associated costs are, I think we may overcommit in a strategic planning session.
Well, I'd like to add, if we're looking at what are core services, I'd like to make the case that I think maintaining county roads is actually in that bucket. For the county resident that purchased a home 20, 30, 40 years ago and is still waiting for the county to pave the road in front of their house, I think they'd argue that's a safety issue. That's a core service that's just not being met. And a few months ago, I asked the DOT to produce a list, which they have. So we all now have it, which shows all the county roads in the county and in our districts that are on the list to be funded, thanks to SB1 funds and other funds that we've set aside. But then that leaves a whole lot of other roads in the county and in our districts that will never be funded. There's no plan to fund them. And so, I think if we're looking at kind of realigning county dollars, I think that's one area we need to look at.
I would agree.
Supervisor McGordy?
Well, we are going to start on the strategic plan, and I have been talking a little with Pat Blacklock, who's the new CEO of RCRC, and he formerly was the CAO of Yolo County, which is an interesting model because they have some things that are similar to us in that they have a large rural population, a lot of agriculture. But they also have UC Davis and the town of Davis, so it's different. But one of the things that he talked about that we should consider in addition to our strategic plan is also the topic specifically of governance. And he said that there's a really wonderful consultant named Babs Kavanaugh who works out of Sonoma County who deals strictly with county government structure and leads workshops to have people understand some of the best structure for putting a county government together. So I know governance is a key piece, but he said that as an add-on, we might consider doing that so that we can, because it seems to be something that we're hearing over and over again, that we may not be configured properly the way that we're set up to deliver services the best and use our money most efficiently. And I think it's worth investing, especially if we this year seem to be flush with some extra funds. It would mean a little bit more time on our parts. We'd probably have to have 4 or 5 3-hour meetings, specifically workshops on this, but this is something where we could address this with someone and go through a really guided exercise with someone who's an expert on county government and how people structure it to be efficient. Is that something the group might be interested in?
Yes.
Okay.
I would as well.
Yeah, we should probably investigate that. I mean, I agree with you, all of you. That's one of the things we kind of limped along. Part of the Mendocino County fabric is this wonderful independence that we have, but that also works against us sometimes when we can't get ourselves organized to get basic tasks done. And it's collective. It's not any one group that's to blame. And that's why I'm glad we're having this discussion, because getting organized takes some leadership, and it takes also some knowledge and data to figure out how to do things. So I'm glad that you're interested in it, and I'm glad we're going to do a strategic plan. And I think that they could happen pretty much at the same time and probably get us where we want to go by the end of the year.
Right. Supervisor Mulhern? Oh, I thought you were raising.
I didn't have anything else to add.
Okay, great. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Judy. So my question for Supervisor McGordy is, do you see this as in addition to the consultants that we're looking at for the strategic plan? And so this would be an additional consultant to...
It would be. I think what we can do is have a discussion as we kick off our strategic plan, is have a discussion with several key informants, and Pat Blacklock would be one who's offered from RCRC to talk about the strategic plan process, because according to him, that's how you make your budget. If you have a strategic plan, it tells you what your priorities are and how you are needing to address the key issues of your organization. And strategic plans are invaluable for budget priorities. So it might be good for us to start our process with, an address by Pat, and then our consultants too, and then kind of make a decision, does this need to be an add-on? Pat suggested probably it does. He says typically in strategic plans, you don't cover governance quite the same way as if you're working specifically with a consultant who takes a look at your organization and helps you figure out what it is exactly you want to get done and how to set it up.
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful idea. So thank you.
Okay. So I can contact both Pat and Babs Kavanaugh, and kind of have them on deck saying, hey, we're interested in working with you. Want to talk to the whole board before we make any decisions, but it should be, I think, part of our planning process.
Okay. We go back to Supervisor Williams. Where do you want to take this now?
Maybe public expression.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, we do not.
I just want to add, I think this is great. I don't know how often in the past, and maybe CEO Angelo can talk to me about, or all of us about this, about how often the board has a discussion on governance and asking the big question, are we set up the way we should be? Are we doing things the way we're supposed to do it? Are we following best practices? Is this a solid organization, or are there places where we're not doing well? And it seems like we've got several departments in crisis right now, and so we obviously need to do some rethinking and reimagination to straighten them out. And planning and building services, I feel like we're making some progress with moving cannabis into its own unit. I think that is really a plus. I know how agriculture struggled with it because it's so completely different than everything else that planning and building services does. And now we have all of the HHSA organization to deal with. We'll have to make decisions on that. And, these are all things where I know we're going to need help as a board, and some real careful consideration on our parts to understand what we're looking at and make good choices. And we shouldn't be afraid to ask for help, because we don't inherently know this. I don't think any of us are highly educated in government theory, yet we're expected to lead, we're expected to make the I think that's what this is about. No pressure.
Yeah, so are there any additional staff comments? Okay. Going back to the board.
Can I ask staff, are you appalled? Are you supportive? Do you have any reaction to this discussion?
Chair Jurdy, I'll go ahead and start with that. Well, first of all, you know, in the 15 years that I've been here, every board is a different board. And I have to say that this board is a very inquisitive board, which is good, a very engaged board, and a very civil board. And so it's a pleasure to work with this board. Let me start there. I could always count on Supervisor Williams to bring something forward that has never come forward before. It's like going into new territory. And I like the challenge. And so regarding the budget reimagined and working with the departments, I think this will take some creativity. And I think that, you know, we're coming out of, you know, one thing I want this board to just keep in mind, that since 2017, this whole organization has had multiple crises and multiple changes, and obviously not just Mendocino County. I mean, you can look at the whole state. And so with that a lot of what's happened over the last 4 years or so has been reactive. You know, reacting to the crisis of the day, reacting to the fire, reacting now to the drought, you know, trying to work through the pandemic. So the organization is still coming out of a crisis mode and going now from a pandemic to a drought and hopefully not to fires anytime soon. So it's difficult to think of, you know, it's like the family that has to worry about keeping a roof over their head, and so they can't really think about what color to paint the walls. And so, you know, it's very much appreciated, all of the ideas that and direction that this board is bringing forward. So I think as far as budget reimagined, I think it's time. I appreciate the fact that the board is willing to allow us the time to get through the activities that we need to do and then to work on this. The strategic plan, you know, I don't think it's anything that's a secret. Supervisor Jurdy, Chair Jurdy, brought this up many, many years ago. And I think that, you know, sometimes it's all about timing, and the timing is right. This is a board that wants to move forward with a strategic plan. You have a whole county organization that would like a strategic plan. So I think the leadership that this board will demonstrate with the strategic plan will make a significant difference on 1,200 employees. So, you know, I don't have any issues with any of the ideas you've brought forward. I'm here to take direction from you and to support those ideas. And I think that any staff person who was sitting here would say the same thing. You know, there's a lot of areas that are missing in this organization, and this seems to be the board that is willing to provide that. So I think it's very much appreciated, and I'll look at Deputy CEO Darcy Antle for anything she would like to add.
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. Thank you, CEO Angelo. I look forward to it. When I first came a few years back and was looking at the budget and starting to take over things in that area, the first thing I asked for, well, where's the plan? So I'm really excited about this strategic plan, and I think taking a deeper dive into how the budget can align with the core services and those that are mandated by the state and feds that are funded. I think we can help put together a really nice plan for this board, and I look forward to working with you all in the near future.
Great.
So, Chair, I'd be willing to try the recommended action, and I think staff can incorporate the discussion today as context for what it truly means. If you're all right with that, I'd move the recommended action.
I would second that.
Okay. And for clarification, so the discussion had to do with they'll be developing it, but it recognizing that it's not really going to get worked into this year's budget, but it's for. I think it could be developed as part of the evaluation for the mid-year budget, because during mid-year we always get requests to use unspent funds. So I think it could be in time for that for sure. All right, so we have a motion on the table. Any further discussion? Okay, can we have a roll call?
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, that takes us to the final item of the day, item 6D. Discussion and possible action, including acceptance of a presentation by the South Coast Organization for Radical Equity, encouraging independent performance and fiscal audit of the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office, including jail. And the sponsor is Supervisor Williams.
So a number of groups and individuals have asked about when the last time was we had an audit for performance and for financial. And I think it's come up over the last year or so because of funding requests and a real lack of data. I've asked for data. We don't seem to have it. If it was available, I'm sure somebody would share it with me. I think we just, we have folks working on carrying out the mission rather than putting together spreadsheets and charts to highlight, say, how we're doing relative dollar for dollar compared to other counties. And that's an inherently difficult task because other counties have different geography, different levels of crime, different types of crime, different jail needs. And so I think it's a really difficult task to get an apples to apples comparison. And yet this board is continually faced with funding obligations and challenges. I think it would be beneficial to have an independent audit to tell us what our strengths and weaknesses are, where we're doing well, what we should continue, and what we may need to address. And ultimately, the board has responsibility. It's our responsibility for, say, a failure in the jail. We're going to be the ones on the hook to deal with that settlement situation. And so I think it's appropriate for us to look at what the true budgetary needs are for ensuring that we do prioritize public safety first. And I would add, this isn't out of an expectation that there's any wrongdoing. This is just part of good government is periodically auditing. I asked when was the last audit. Staff wasn't able to provide in any date. I don't know if there's ever been one. So I think it's a good opportunity to look at strengths and weaknesses. I chose this presentation. It's a group of folks in my district, mostly on the South Coast, but the coast as a whole. And I think they have some good ideas. So maybe we could move to letting SCORE present their slides.
Hello, thank you for having us today, supervisors. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. Okay.
Can you give us your name for the record?
Oh, sorry. This is Mikette Thompson speaking on behalf of SCORE. Let's see. So are you able to see my slides here?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Thank you. So our presentation today is entitled Public Protection Spending in Mendocino County, a Pathway to More Responsible Financial Stewardship. And I just would like to share today that while I'm here presenting on behalf of SCORE, this is a collaborative effort that is supported by Showing Up for Racial Justice Mendocino Coast Chapter, the Mendocino Chapter of Black Lives Matter, Mendo Coast BIPOC, the Mendocino Coast Jewish Community Justice Group, and the Coast Democratic Club. So we thank those groups for their support. So today I am going to walk through this presentation that kind of presents the current issues that the groups that are advocating for this observed, talk about a proposed solution, and then really hand it back to the supervisors to discuss what they think about how best to move forward given this information. So moving to our first slide. So one of the current issues that we observed as a group is that the public protection category of the budget continues to significantly increase annually, while there's also urgent community needs that remain unmet. I'd like to share that the data source for this chart is the Mendocino County adopted budgets, fiscal years 2016-17 through 2021. And so we also know that within the public protection category of the budget, the Sheriff's Office receives the largest single allocation of funding. And this year was approved for $36,573,230 this fiscal year per page 73 of the current budget book. Observing this and looking at spending trends, our groups noticed that the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office, which receives the largest allotment of the public protection category of the budget, continues to advocate for more funding, despite a lack of hard substantive data or evidence that increased funds are needed. So we're hearing as constituents a lot of anecdotal evidence and kind of stories around this, but I think there is a desire to have some alignment between this anecdotal evidence and actual data. And then also we've noticed in narratives kind of over the past year around pretrial releases and other pieces around our jail population and need for that there's kind of some discrepancies or confusion on behalf of the public around stated needs for more funds, and then the available public data we have on crime rates, incarceration rates, and jail population size. So we've lifted up some statistics here for you to look at, and I want to share that as part of our research, we looked into key statistics from the Police Scorecard database, and that's an entity that pulls publicly available federal and state data sources, including the FBI Uniform Crime Report, the Bureau of Justice Statistics Annual Survey of Jails, the U.S. Census Bureau Survey of State and Local Government Finances, and the California Department of Justice's Open Justice Database. So that is where these numbers are from. So I think observing all of those things, we also have observed some challenges and concerns. So, in terms of challenges and concerns, we have observed that there seems to be a perception that there is little to no accountability around transparency around the Sheriff's Office and other parts of the public protection budget and the management of those funds. And I think some of that lack of understanding or lack of transparency has led to some fraught community relations. The community is very much, committed, I think, and engaged around recommending informed ways in which portions of the public protection budget category could be reallocated to other more effective evidence-based community programs or solutions for how funds could be more responsibly stewarded. That is also very challenging to do when there's not access to clear and complete baseline data around how resources are being managed relative to the stated need. So another piece of concern and some challenges we've observed is that the Sheriff's Office has demonstrated little commitment to backing up financial evidence or financial requests with substantive data, and as we said, kind of relying primarily on anecdotal evidence. And I think there was some confusion on behalf of the public around especially some budget increase requests over the past year around addressing inland cannabis issues. And that initial request from 2020 we observed did not include a ton of substantive data on need, a lot of anecdotal evidence again. And then also that request amount, when probed later this year, ended up being dropped by more than half. And so it kind of made the public have some questions around how these projections in terms of spending are being created and calculated. And then also, in just doing budget analysis and looking at, past year's budgets, there seems to be some gaps and inconsistent tracking around use of financial resources. And, we would very much like to say, again, not from a, this is not punitive, but a lot of these issues likely predate our current sheriff. So I think there's that concern that we observed as well. We also know that the Board of Supervisors has been doing work around creating a public safety advisory board. And we also know that historically these types of entities haven't necessarily been effective in addressing transparency around financial resource management. And the primary reason for that is because those are mostly focused on addressing civilian kind of incidences and that sort of thing. And also just to note that, this we feel, all the groups that are advocating for this feel that it is the charge of the supervisors who own the budget to kind of look at this. So being that those are the challenges and concerns we have observed, we wanted to come to the board with a proposed solution. So our proposed solution is that we would like to see the Board of Supervisors adopt a comprehensive audit by a disinterested and objective third party that's selected by the Board of Supervisors. And so we also believe that this audit needs to be both financial and demographic in nature. And we also believe, and I guess in performance-wise as well, and also we want to again reinforce that this audit is not punitive, but is rather an effort to gain really important information that we think will guide and inform more responsible financial stewardship and transparency going forward. And we also believe that an audit is not an end goal, but is rather a starting point for determining a new path forward for accountability and public transparency, and helping the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors develop a greater culture of transparency and accountability. So in terms of an audit, why an audit? So we came to wanting to advocate for an audit because an audit establishes how resources are currently being used, and then whether budget increases are warranted based on actual demonstrated need. It's also a process that will encourage better community relations through transparency. We also want to note that a cost of a comprehensive audit would be far less than the Sheriff's Office recent budget increase request and past costly misconduct settlements. And so while we understand, and then we also believe that the data produced by an audit could help the Board of Supervisors make more informed recommendations when considering increases or reallocations of the public protection category of the budget. And so while we do understand that there are internal audits that do happen, we really want to emphasize that we see significant value in hiring an objective third party to conduct this process. This is also not unprecedented. There are other counties within our state that are taking this work on right now. So I wanted to share some information about costs that might help the supervisors understand what that looks like. So so some of you may have heard that there is an audit being done by the state of California of the Fresno County, Alameda County, and Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. That audit run by the state of California is 2,600 hours and cost $350,000. Also wanted to lift up that Santa Clara County recently did an audit that focused on their whole public protection budget category, was very comprehensive, and that cost $320,000 and was done by, not by the state, but by an independent objective third-party auditor. And then also just thought we would share, in terms of kind of a neighboring county that's taking a slightly different approach. As some of you may know, the Sonoma County has adopted the Independent Office of Law Enforcement Review and Outreach, and that's kind of an internal office, and they have an auditing function, but they also handle kind of other issues around civilian complaints and that sort of thing. They have an annual total budget of $1.3 million, but that's a fully staffed office, and also the auditing is only a portion kind of what they are doing. So while, as Ted said, there's kind of no exact kind of apples to apples, comparison here, we did want to make sure to provide you all with information around cost and understand that this is actually, in the scheme of things, probably a relatively low cost activity that could result in greater cost savings in the long run, and also just kind of more effective management of funds. So SCORE has put together a draft audit scope of recommendations that has been shared with you all, and it's attached to the correspondence for this agenda item. This, we want to be clear, is a starting point because we did not want to come to the Board of Supervisors and say, okay, we're in favor of an audit, but not provide kind of any outline for what a scope might look like or things that are important to our groups. And so, all of that being said, we want to emphasize that that we understand and acknowledge that the Board of Supervisors, if you decide to move forward with an audit, own what that scope looks like as the owners of the budget in this process. And so, so we really, understand that the Board of Supervisors there may be things on the draft scope that we provided that don't capture the full, maybe there's other things that supervisors would like to see information on that could be added. Maybe there's things that you don't think are as relevant that might need to be removed. So, so in either instance, we wanted, again, just to provide that as a starting point and understand that that may change should you decide to move forward. And also, we wanted to emphasize that, and I'll speak about this more in just a moment, but we would like the Board of Supervisors to listen to the input given by the community thus far, as well as solicit, and if you decide to move forward, solicit additional input from the community to inform the final scope. And then one other piece I just wanted to share is that we know that technical assistance can be useful. And so for that reason, we are happy to provide the Board of Supervisors with our RFP examples for auditors who are, taking on similar projects, and then also rubrics for selection criteria if that's something that is helpful. So, so again, we want to be a resource here. So to my final slide here, our recommended action is that we would like the Board of Supervisors to convene an ad hoc committee prior to adopting this year's budget to review and discuss the audit scope recommendations. We'd also like the Board of Supervisors to determine prior to adopting the next fiscal year budget to decide whether or not you are in favor of moving forward with this. And we'd also like, if you decide to move forward, to determine and earmark funds to begin this audit process in the next fiscal year. So in closing, I just wanted to refer to the correspondence related to this agenda item. I think that it's worth noting that as of the last time I checked before I started presenting, all but one public e-comment is in support of this effort. I also wanted to note that as part of our correspondence, we submitted responses to a letter of support that we distributed, which as of today has 139 responses, some of which were received after the correspondence was submitted. This piece of correspondence includes a breakdown of respondents by district on the second tab of the spreadsheet. I also would like to note that in these responses, when you look at the responses in the letter of support, that you'll see many and varied reasons as to why people are in favor of an independent and objective third-party audit. The common thread among all of us is that we're asking for more and better transparency around this area of county spending. The people who came together to advocate for this proposal are actually from many different walks of life. We're teachers in your communities, we're farmers, social service providers, emergency service workers, small business owners, and community leaders. We're a mix of lifelong residents and newcomers, and also represent different places along the political spectrum. So, most importantly, we're your constituents and stakeholders. So, we want to thank you for the opportunity to be heard today and look forward to hearing the discussion amongst the supervisors around this. Thank you.
Okay. I see that Sheriff Kendall is in the meeting, and want to give him an opportunity to discuss this with the board and with the public.
Thank you, Chair Judy, members of the board. That was a well put together presentation, but what it is not talking about is the wrong information that's in there. Now, the numbers that were presented, the Sheriff's Office received $36 million in the adopted budget. Under $25 million of those were general fund. The audit, and don't get me wrong, I absolutely welcome a fair and independent audit, but this will not be a witch hunt. Because if it turns out to be, then we're going to see problems that we have never seen before in Mendocino County. The audit has to include all of the agencies whose budgets were combined to come up with that $81 million number. $81 million in that proposal. I'm sorry, it was a combination of budgets from the district attorney, the public defender, the alternate defender, all of these different agencies. Why was the Sheriff's Office the one that was singled out for this proposal? It seems completely disingenuous that they would put $81 million saying that the sheriff's receiving this, because that's what it looked like when I read it. And that should be the first clue into the intentions of this group. Percentage claims regarding persons housed within our jail. Let me look at these. 72% of the arrests made between 2013 and 2019 were for low-level and nonviolent misdemeanors. 12% between 2013 and 2019 were for violent crime. Now, I don't doubt those numbers, but the fact of the matter is nobody's talking about the victims of those crimes. I haven't heard anything about the victims in any of these presentations. The percentage claims between 2013 and 2019, much of this was prior to Prop 57, Prop 50 or 64, the zero bail that we're experiencing in Mendocino County right now. We're releasing low-level offenses as soon as they get to the jail. A lot of them, they need a cooling off period because we want to deal with these problems when they're small so they don't get big. We stop arguments so they don't become fistfights, and fistfights so they don't become homicides. The proposal also indicates that the Board of Supervisors will choose the auditing agency. I'm not going to support any audit that I don't have some say in. And for me to even think about that would be simply ridiculous. There's been a lot of talk about data. Our records division and computer systems compile reports that we submit to the state and federal departments of justice. Our budgets are a matter of public record. We have the Mendocino County Auditor, the Grand Jury, the Attorney General's Office, and the DA who have various levels of oversight for the duty of auditing. So I'm going to ask again, is this a witch hunt? If you want some data, right now in Mendocino County, I have 6 patrol deputies serving 3,500 square miles and 90,000 people. That's a report on the data for today. Some of this stuff has just gotten completely out of control. Many cities where the police were defunded are now calling for them to be refunded. This is due to a massive increase in violence in the areas, including Los Angeles, violent crime up 36%. New York, 50% increase in shootings this year, and that's a rise above the 97% increase last year. Oakland had their 52nd murder last night. Mendocino County does not need to become falling into those statistics. It wouldn't be good for us. Who is going to do, what personnel are we going to do use to do this? Because I don't have personnel for, basically this is a Public Records Act request. It's a PRA. I don't have the personnel to do that. So should I pull my personnel from the marijuana unit at a time when we're being overrun with it? Do I pull detectives off of caseloads? Upwards of 40 cases each is what these folks are carrying. I meet with Khadijah Britton's grandparents and parents probably monthly and talk about the progress we're working on that case. I'm not going to pull those detectives off of that. Are we going to hire a deputy county counsel to work with us on this? Are the taxpayers willing to pay for that? Are these questions being asked and answered, or are we simply sitting here and wanting to jump on the bandwagon? Right now, communications are poor in Mendocino County. A lot of it is because the board's still not in their offices. I know it's more convenient to do things over Zoom. We talked about, directing the sheriff for this audit. Well, if we were having these discussions in person, this probably wouldn't be happening. I don't know. Some of this stuff it seems quite ridiculous. In 2019, we had a shooting. A man fired a .50 caliber handgun at deputy sheriffs. These deputy sheriffs, well, all of them one was an immigrant. He had migrated here from Mexico as a teenager. We had the other 2 were children of immigrants. Supervisors McCown and Brown reached out to Sheriff Allman and I, and they asked that we convey a message of their hope for these guys' well-being and gratitude to the deputies for their service. These were 3 minorities who a man tried to kill with a handgun. Nobody brought up racism. The fact of the matter was, no, they just tried to kill a cop. So when we put on that uniform, we're no longer people. Last month, actually earlier this month now, we had a man try to murder a deputy. He got 2 rounds off at him. I didn't receive a single call from any of the board wanting to know if these guys were okay. And we wondered why we can't hire people. It's pretty unpopular to support law enforcement anymore. This is one of the reasons we're having so much trouble recruiting and keeping officers. The fact of the matter is, these folks need to be appreciated. And if we can't appreciate them in our level, then shame on you. Shame on all of us. These people are out there laying down their lives every day. On my birthday, the 11th of May this year, we had 3 peace officers shot in the state of California in 24 hours. I guarantee you, nobody in here can utter their names or think about how many children have been orphaned by this, because they don't count. It's easy to forget about the victims of crime. I get to speak with them almost every day. Myself and the district attorney are the only 2 who are advocating for them anymore. I don't see any social justice groups advocating for the victims. When did they go out the window? When did we forget about them? So, back to the point. Does anyone in this board, have they heard that we need less deputies in Mendocino County? True leaders unite. They don't divide. They don't cast blame. They always look for remedies. Everyone realizes that we need to take a good, hard look at things, but it better not turn out to be a witch hunt, because I won't put up with it. Thank you.
Okay. I have a question for McKee. Are you still in the meeting?
Yes, Miket.
Miket, sorry.
Yeah.
I was contacted by some people in the 4th district that were possibly in contact with you. It was on this topic. Mm-hmm. And that was, I don't know, some time ago. So it sounds like your group kind of primarily maybe organized this.
Actually, so I'll say that group that you met with was just showing up for racial justice, and they're one of the sort of supporters of this.
Okay.
Yeah.
I contacted Sheriff Kendall last week and asked if he had been contacted by groups about this agenda item. And I don't want to speak for him, but I thought he said that he had not. And at that point, and I guess I was assuming when I was contacted that groups would be speaking directly, go to the source, talk to him. So my question is, have people, who are seeking this information, made an attempt to invite the sheriff to talk with them and ask questions?
Yeah, so I think I want to make sure that we're focusing very clearly on the specific proposed topic. The specific proposed topic is an audit of the public protection, not just the sheriff's department, but the public protection section of the budget, of which the sheriff is the largest part. And so I think the reason that we went directly to the Board of Supervisors is that the supervisors are the owners of the budget. And so if this were something that was, essentially like related to other kind of issues, that we felt maybe would have been a different path. But I think our thought was because this is a budget issue, we're coming to the managers of the budget. So.
Okay. Just for clarification, though, the agenda item title is presentation by South Coast Organization for Radical Equity, Encouraging Independent Performance and Fiscal Audit of the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office, including the jail. So the title doesn't say the public safety budget.
Yeah, and our apologies. I think there's a bit of misalignment between the actual deck, which has remained the same and focused on the public protection category of the budget, with the sheriff being the largest component, and understanding that there's other there's other areas of that budget that the supervisors may want to take a closer look at. So.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy.
This is a question for Sheriff Kendall. What's usual and customary around the state in terms of budget oversight for sheriff's departments and other police departments?
Well, normally it's done by the county auditor, and then we report to the state and federal DOJ. And then normally if there was anything like that which occurred, the Attorney General's office, one of those offices would come in if there was something that needed to be worked on. But the fact of the matter is, the normal direction of things is the Board of Supervisors is responsible for setting the sheriff's budget and his personnel allocations. But that is as far as the authority extends.
So, and of course, operationally, you're independent by design from the Board of Supervisors. So the idea is to have kind of a separation between the political wing of county government and public protection, correct?
Absolutely. And there's a good reason for it.
Of course. Yeah. So I'll just say this, having served on another board, which was the Ukiah Unified School District Board, a outside audit is customary in the school system. So they have internal audits, but they also do have an outside audit that occurs on an annual basis, and they track monies very closely. So it's not unusual for some public monies to be looked at that way. So that's why I'm kind of curious how things are done around the state. And I guess this also leads into another question about, we're trying to create an oversight board as well for the sheriff's department. Where is that in terms of its stage right now?
Actually, we aren't creating an oversight board, we're creating an advisory board.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may respond, the board had previously directed me to come back with an ordinance. I did that, and then the board asked for some additional research. I believe we're projecting that there should be some time at one of the meetings in July for me to be able to come back to the board with the results of that research and any further direction.
Okay, thanks for the update. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So, you know, talking about the Public Safety Advisory Board, you know, Chair Jurdy and I worked on it quite extensively with Sheriff Kendall throughout the summer, and a group of about 10 other committed people who really wanted to see, you know, have more, you know, not oversight, but, you know, as kind of to be able to look into, have more transparency in the Sheriff's Department. And I really appreciate Sheriff Kendall's willingness to go along with it and make positive changes. And I think that when that comes back and it's in effect, I think that the public will have a greater conversation and there will be greater communication with the Sheriff's Department. And we will be able to look at, you know, if demographics is an issue. Chair Jurdy and I did look at the demographics of the Sheriff's Department, and we found out that if you look at like Hispanic representation, the Sheriff's Department has a greater Hispanic representation than probably any other department in our county. So some of those issues I think we're doing well on. With the presentation that we saw, you know, when on page 2 of that presentation where it says the current issue and the increases to the budget, if I look at it, I'll see health and sanitation went up, I don't know, almost $15,000. So it went up about 33%. Public ways and facilities went up 250%. Now, and so when we look at public protection going up, you know, 20% or so, you know, I guess I'm wondering why the public protection is the focus of this when, you know, there's other departments that, or areas that were increased a lot more. And, you know, and just to say that in the 3rd district, what I hear is we need more, you know, sheriff deputies out in the field. We need help. And I appreciate what Sheriff Kendall's done, but I don't think that we're providing all the resources that he needs. So I guess my concern is how do we get what the people really need in the 3rd district, and I'm sure it's in other districts too, that public safety is the #1 concern for people, and that's the mandate for the state. How do we provide that the best way we can? So I look forward to the Public Safety Advisory Board getting up and running and working on some of these issues about how to provide this kind of service to people across the board.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McGordy.
A comment and a question for Makat. So I looked through your list of where people, which district they're in, and the 1st district wasn't very well represented. My district, I think we had 1 or 2 people that were interested in this. It could be just because there just simply isn't a discussion going on between folks on the coast and the interior. But the other question I have for you, do you see this as being kind of like a forensic audit where you go through the expenditures of the Sheriff's Department and track it to be sure that things are properly accounted for? Because I also would be concerned about Sheriff Kendall's staffing and you know who would have to be there to answer questions and in order to conduct an audit like this.
Sure. Sure, we are. So yeah, I would say just relative to your point, this effort was driven by a lot of coastal groups, and so I think we didn't have as much inreach on inland in terms of respondents. And then for the second part of your question, I think that okay, sorry, could you just repeat the second part of your question once more?
Yeah,
I want to make sure I get it.
Is this more or less a forensic audit?
Forensic. Okay, I want to make sure I got that. So yeah, essentially, and so yeah, I think we're looking at that, but we also want, you know, what we have recommended is as I said, a starting point, and so this audit can look like what the Board of Supervisors feels would be the most effective. But essentially, we are advocating for like there is a forensic audit component to within the recommendations we put together.
I just wanted to share something with you that was in the Santa Rosa paper because they're going through something similar, and then said a recent request for proposals seeking bids for the city's new police auditor. Santa Rosa's third attempt at filling the role since 2018 only netted one response. City spokeswoman Adrian Merton said, the city will repost the job in hopes of attracting more applicants. So, you know, evidently this is viewed as being a pretty difficult task. I don't want anyone to underestimate, first of all, the charged political situation we're looking at here. So myself personally, yeah, anybody who's spending public money, we have to be open and transparent. But at the same time, I'm asking the sheriff for more help in my district, and I think the county as a whole. So I don't think he's overfunded. You know, accounting practices, I don't know. I'm sure all of us could have some tune-up on that, but I just want to be really clear what people want and what the expectations are. Okay, so that's my point.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so one of the goals for me is we will get another funding request from the sheriff's office, and is the answer to balance the needs of law enforcement with other departments allocating $3 million or a $7 million the right amount. And I've never, in this 2 years plus, I've never felt like I have the data to back it. I know what the public wants. They want robust public safety. What does that translate to in dollars? And what's the best way to allocate it? I would hope that would come out of an audit. So the scary part here is I don't think an audit will show that we can fund at a lower level. I think it's likely there are holes in our plan and we need to bolster funding. But how much and how it should be applied, I wouldn't know. I don't think we have that data today, and I hope it would come out of an audit.
I would like to say something. Let's call this what it is, okay? This is an end run around the sheriff in an attempt to defund. And it wasn't just a forensic audit, it was also a performance audit. And I'm sorry, we're all forgetting the words that were spoken. The fact of the matter is, we don't have enough to go around. We've been working very hard to make sure that we can. We're literally trying to kill a dragon with a needle right now on some of the problems in Mendocino County. But we still get up and do it every single day. And as we begin to move forward and we talk about these issues in the big cities, well, let's do like them. Let's not turn Mendocino County into San Francisco, into Los Angeles, into New York. The fact of the matter is the data is coming out on those places saying, whoops, we made a mistake. If we want to go down that road, we can land in the exact same potholes they have. And when people begin to say things like we're written in here, that there's a lack of transparency, I'm sorry, policing is probably one of the most transparent jobs on the face of the earth right now with the legislation that has come in the last several years, and much of it I absolutely agree with, because it gives us a better rein on our departments. It gives us more ability to deal with problems before they get big. But the fact of the matter is, we are still being asked to kill elephants with a needle, dragons with a needle. And as we begin to talk about these things, let's make sure that the taxpayers want to spend the money on this. Why don't we ask the folks in Covelo, do they want to spend $1.8 million on this, or do they want more deputy sheriffs? Do they want those deputy sheriffs supported so that we can continue to glean more deputy sheriffs? The fact of the matter is, these folks that were working here are from Mendocino County. I've been here coming up on my 32nd year now. I know I look very young, but it's because I was a child bride. I started when I was young. But the fact of the matter is, I chose to stay here for a reason. If you want to turn this county into someplace else, a lot more people are going to be leaving. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we did hear that we have the public safety advisory ordinance coming back to the board in July after the budget is adopted. And we have this item. What would the board like to do? Supervisor Hashak.
Well, you know, there's a lot of emotion around this issue. And, you know, I heard earlier today that the murders in Mendocino County this year were 8 compared to the previous year of 2. And so I could imagine that, you know, that's an incredible workload increase for the sheriff's department by the time you investigate, deal with the actual situation, all that kind of stuff. I guess looking forward is we do have this public safety advisory board, which the sheriff will be on, which someone from the board will be on, and then nomination from each of the supervisorial districts. And I think that this is an issue that they could be discussing and seeing if there's validity to it or how we want to proceed with it. You know, because the goal of that committee is to best serve the public in public safety. And so if we have a committed group of people who are looking at that, I think that would probably be a better way of proceeding.
Supervisor McGordy?
No, I basically agree with that, but I would like, because I don't completely understand how things work in our county system, if Deputy CEO Angela is on, I'd just like to ask her a little bit about budget and transfer of funds into the sheriff's department.
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO, would you restate the question, please?
Yeah, I didn't really make a question. I just wanted to ask you a little bit about how our budget works and how funds are transferred into the sheriff's department, and you know, how money is tracked to the sheriff's department, and what's our normal standard operating procedures for budget for the sheriff, and as supervisors, how do we know how things are expended, and you know, what is the sheriff's department the same as any other department in the county?
Through the chair, Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. My understanding is, yes, the sheriff's office is treated like the other departments. We bring the budget forward to you all, which we will be doing here in 2 weeks. That was put together by the sheriff's office. And then as far as transfers, I think that would be more of an auditor question, as those are handled through the auditor. If they're moving much money between line, it comes before this board.
Mm-hmm. And they're required to do quarterly budget reports the same as everyone else, so their financials track the same as any other department in the county, correct?
Correct. All the departments submit projections to us on quarterly reports and are brought to this board.
So they don't operate in a black box. In other words, there's a certain level of knowledge that we have as supervisors as to how they spend their money.
Yeah, Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. I'm not sure that my position or the executive office has control how they spend their money. I think all those line items do go before this board, you know, at budget and again quarterly.
Mm-hmm. So it's not like we don't know. It's not like we hand over the money and we never hear about it again from the sheriff. So what I'm trying to get at is that there is some level of controls in place already. So that's why I'm making the point that it would be a forensic audit. I mean, we already have an in-house trail of or tracking of how money is spent by that department, which I guess is the same as pretty much any other department in Mendocino County. Correct?
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. I would say that's more of a specific question for the auditor. I don't know if the auditor is on. No, he is not.
Okay. Well, again, to reiterate, I think anytime that we're in the public sector, we have to be accountable for what we spend. If someone thinks that there's something, if the board members think that there's something really amiss, if we have evidence that the sheriff's department is not spending its money properly or wisely, or something is wrong, then we have an obligation to ask for a forensic audit. And I'm not sure right now that that's the case. Certainly there's multiple funding sources. I know that they also get public safety grants and things like that. I wouldn't pretend to understand their budget. I'd be honest about that, but trying to make
it looks like Auditor Lloyd Weir might be in the Zoom meeting now. Supervisor McGordy, did you have a question that was maybe directed at him?
Yeah. So, Lloyd, can you just tell us basically how we track the expenditures and the funds that go through the sheriff's department? Just give an explanation to the board so that we can understand and where our checks and balances are.
Certainly, Lloyd Weir, Auditor Controller, through the chair. We start out with a final approved budget each and every year that provides detail to the county down to the line item level. And those budgets are built by the departments and talked about during the CEO conferences and then presented to you each year in June and approved. Once they're approved, each line item is then tracked through an edit process in the financial system that monitors the actual expenditures against the budgeted expenditures. So we are always tracking that to make sure that nothing's going to get processed that puts the sheriff's line item over budget. If that's going to happen, it stops the sheriff's office from processing payments at that point and requires board approval for an adjustment. And those come to you at various times during the year, and those do happen, not only in the sheriff's budget, but in many budgets. The budget starts out as an estimate, and it does change during the year, and there may be need for adjustments. The CEO and the auditor get involved during the year to make sure that there's proper funding available to cover any changes to the budget if they're increased. And in most cases, an associated funding source comes along with an adjustment. So everything is pretty well buttoned up and tracked. Then during the end of the year, when we get close to the end of the year and we're close to our limits in budget, the CEO and the auditor take a look at whether or not we have funding in other places that can help departments that may be headed a little bit over budget. But for the most part in this county, most of our general fund budgets end up performing under what they projected and in a good place. There are a few that are over, but those that are over seem to be covered by those that are under. So all in all, I think most of our general fund departments do a great job of monitoring that and letting us know ahead of time if we're going to need any kind of management adjustment. So I'll stop there.
So what has been the record of the sheriff's department, say, for the last 4 or 5 years?
Well, look, we basically get a third quarter projection, which a lot of times is a little early for the sheriff's department to be telling us where they're going to land. They're conservative with that projection, and in the last few years, they projected to come in over budget. So we have met as the budget group to hopefully mitigate that and work with him to find revenue sources to allow him to continue. And it's been very successful. Most of the time when we get to the end of the year, what was projected to be over is a lot less, or in some cases not over at all. So I think we do a pretty good job. Whether or not the expenditures are being made are needed or appropriate, that I can't speak to that. I'm just telling you that they seem to try to stay within their budget as much as possible. But like you said, somebody mentioned earlier, there are murders and there are emergencies that have to be dealt with, and in some cases the sheriff will end up being over budget because of those.
So, and the years that you've watched this, that you don't have any real cause for alarm, do you? I'm just trying to gauge internally how we perceive ourselves versus externally, so that I can get a sense of, what our organization feels about the sheriff's department and what our mutual interests are and our mutual concerns are.
Well, certainly, I'm pretty well satisfied with the financial performance of the sheriff's office. He's having struggles getting people to be hired. So it's frustrating because he wants to budget for more personnel and more salaries and benefits. And the hard part is giving that funding to the sheriff, and then he ends up not filling those, causes us some adjustments because we could have used that money in other areas. So my concern has always been to be as accurate as possible on their salaries and benefits and filling positions. And although I'm not an expert at the public safety and the sheriff's staffing, it seems to be that more times than not, he does come in lower than he thought he would be on salary and benefits. But all the other expenditures, I can say stay within budget, and we, monitor those throughout the year. And his 2000 series and other series are right in line. So I believe the most troublesome spots would be his 1000 series, his salaries and benefits that, is a struggle in any county, I would think. So.
Mr. Chairman, is it okay if I also question McCat?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, McCat, is there a specific area, is there something that you've noticed that really is causing alarm bells to go off in your head as you look at the sheriff's budget, or are you just generally concerned that somehow the money's not being spent properly?
Yeah, so we have, so a few things as we noted in the presentation, we just keep hearing discrepancies in kind of like public messaging around what the need is and then what is actually being asked for. And so, there seems to be confusion on the public end around that. And then also we're aware of that, there has been costly past settlements, and so I think from a cost savings perspective, that's also something that raised an alarm for us.
So your concern isn't necessarily accounting, it's performance.
No, I think so. Also just want to speak to, and again, I really want to reiterate and this is reflected in the correspondence we submitted, that there's a lot of people who have a lot of different reasons for wanting an audit. So there's some people who really are very interested and invested in the performance aspects of this, as you mentioned, but there are also people who are deeply invested in wanting to find greater cost savings and greater cost efficiencies. And so I think it's coming from many different places, but again, that common thread is wanting a more cohesive picture that is really, transparent around what the need looks like and where the resources are going. So hopefully that clarifies.
And we've been talking about the sheriff's department mostly. Is that where your focus is, or are you? Well,
I think again, just to point back to what we had previously said, so we named, and again, apologies for any misalignment in the name of the agenda item in the presentation. The title of the presentation is focusing on public protection spending. And I think it was because this is a fairly large budget category, and the reason there's been focus on the sheriff's department is because it is also a lot.
I think we've lost her audio, at least temporarily. Let me just go ahead, Sheriff Kendall.
As we talk about this, why don't we take a look at every single department in the county and see how much growth they've had over the last 50 years? I mean, has anybody ever thought of that? Because the fact of the matter is we've got departments that have grown in fashions that I simply cannot believe. In the meantime, we've got all of these needs, and every single year, we put out a projection saying that we think this is where we're going to be. I don't control how many homicides occur. I don't control kidnappings. I don't control robberies. I simply investigate them when they happen. I don't have a crystal ball that'll tell me what the future of next year will be. And anything that we are lacking in the number of personnel, we have to make up in overtime. And that's why our 1000 series, yes, it comes in over quite a bit, but we can say it's over, or we can say that we were underfunded. And the fact of the matter is, when we throw out a number and say this is how much we're going to need, it's darn near every time that we hit the bullseye absent of these emergencies that occur. And if it's a performance audit, I'm sorry, we have POST, we have the Peace Officer Standards of Training, we have case law that comes out on a constant basis. I've only been in this for my entire adult life. I think maybe I kind of know what I'm doing when it comes to this stuff. Coming up on 32 years, I've seen quite a bit, but there are changes that are happening right now that I agree we absolutely have to be ready for. And as we work together on this, and we try to come together, we've got to meet the needs of the public. And that's where we need to be, because if we aren't, then we're being politicians, not being leaders.
I think we're aligned on this, Sheriff Kendall. I'm just, this sort of surprised me a little bit that this item came up, and I'm trying to gauge sort of where it's coming from and who's concerned. As I said, I don't.
Say that we're equally shocked.
Yeah, I'm not hearing about it in my district. No one from I did get one call, but it wasn't from my district. So I don't know if it's something that I'm not aware of, not hearing about, but I think that I guess I'm going to defer back to Supervisor Williams and bring up why are you concerned and what would you hope to get by going through with a process like this?
Well, Mike, I think that what I've heard is there's people have all sorts of concerns that point to we need an audit. I agree, every department needs an audit periodically, not just public safety. I don't think there's a department in the county that shouldn't have an audit. When it comes to budgeting, we're budgeting in the millions, and we don't have a lot of data to go on to highlight what will it take to meet public expectation. So, there's a lot of hand waving, and this is not criticism in any direction. Supervisors don't have the data. I don't think the sheriff's office has the data. I don't think they have the resources to study what they need. They're busy providing law enforcement. So I think there's some value in an outside group that's worked with other law enforcement agencies, looking at our particular problem and making some recommendations. Where are we strong? Where are we weak? Where do we need to fund more? I don't see walking away with a recommendation to fund less. I just don't see how that's possible. I think we probably have some shortcomings in our plan, which, come back to we need to fund appropriately. But if we want to do a strategic plan, and if we want to put together a new budget reimagined, we need to know what will it take to get this job done without cutting corners. So you're asking about my take. That's my take. Is I've been in this situation a couple times now where we have to put down a number that we think makes sense, and I feel like I'm winging it.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Chair. I did have a question for Maquette, but I also, just in listening to the conversation, I don't think that we've had public comment yet. It does seem as though some of the questions or concerns that have been raised by the groups in this proposal, those questions and concerns can be vetted through the strategic planning process and the budget process, the budget reimagined process that we've already discussed today. And, I personally, I would like to know how many pregnant women were in jail and where they went and how we get them out of that situation in the first place. Like these issues that have been brought forward are incredibly important to our community and should really be considered by the board and the sheriffs and, everybody in our community to have these tough conversations about the people in our community that are folks that do happen to get incarcerated due to whatever, drug addiction, those types of things. These are all really important conversation. I don't know that an outside audit is going to get us there. I think that having these conversations with the department, with the board, with the service providers, and really looking at how we can do things differently in Mendocino County, how we can be innovative, how we can get drug rehabilitation, halfway houses, housing for inmates that are released when they're sober so that they can lead productive lives. There's a whole lot of conversations that we can have around the justice system and what we can do different in Mendocino County. I did have a question for Maquette in that there's a 2009 date in the proposal, and I wasn't sure why that was mentioned. That stood out to me as an interesting piece.
Sure. I think at the time we were, sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry, my internet's a little choppy. I'm going to stop video while, hold on one second. Sorry. Okay, Mo, can you just ask that question once more? I want to make sure I got everything.
Sure. Why are you looking at from 2009 forward? Why was that the idea?
Thank you. Yeah. So the idea around that, I think we were trying to shoot for a 10-year period. And so again, we want the purpose of this audit is to provide useful information for future decision making. So if the Board of Supervisors thinks there's a more relevant period of time to examine, I think that's something that our groups were open to. But again, we thought a 10-year window is a good snapshot.
Chair Kendall.
Through the chair, Supervisor Mulhern, I receive reports almost weekly from our NAF care provider about how many pregnant women we do have in jail. The starting point of 2009 is where our Munis accounting actually started. Even though it's not a 10-year period, it's what's that, 12 years now, almost 13. But Munis reporting the county uses actually started in 2009, and that's probably why those projections go back that far. Because prior to that, I'm not certain that we can pull up the old numbers, but currently that's what we have to go off of.
Okay, just some thoughts that I have on this is, just a high level, in all areas, whether it's, any county department or any county service, I obviously want more information rather than less. So there's that. I also would like to see community members who contact board members, contact me. I would really like to ask them, if any of them are listening right now, to also make an attempt to contact the source themselves. Like on this item, I expected that they would have, at least some of them, maybe invited the sheriff to talk to them. So the Coast Democratic Club, I'm a member of the Coast Democratic Club because as a personal U.S. citizen, I'm a Democrat. But I don't remember seeing that they had invited the sheriff to talk to them, but yet they took a position on this agenda item and they've taken positions on other agenda items. So, I'm just putting a request out there to members of the public that, if you want to engage in taking positions on things, I'm just asking you, please, speak to people, even if you don't think you're going to agree with them, speak to them. I think part of the problem we have with our discourse these days is, people get their sources of information from kind of narrow areas, and they're not engaging with people that they might occasionally or mostly disagree with. And so they're not hearing other points of view or other facts. And that's one of the benefits I see of the Public Safety Committee, that once we get it up and running, is that people who probably aren't going to all agree on everything are going to be on that one committee. They're going to know people in the community, and they're going to start reporting back what they're hearing. And my guess is they're going to hear, wow, I didn't know Mendocino County was working on this. I didn't know Mendocino County was making progress on that. I know that, for example, the issue has been out in the media for some time now about the states with court cases and whatnot are looking at not incarcerating people because they can't make bail if they're not likely to create a public nuisance if released prior to court cases. And I've only learned recently that Mendocino County is in the process of implementing that. And, there's going to be challenges with implementing that with anything new there is, but it is being implemented. And I think that's one of the issues that people would be learning about, and they will be learning about once the Public Safety Committee is up and running. How's that working out in Mendocino County? I wish that we could have a system where, people were more willing to talk to people they don't necessarily assume they're going to agree with prior to taking a position on something. Sheriff Kendall.
One of the things that I've been working directly with our chief probation officer, as well as our inmate services coordinator, as we begin moving her into a programs manager, are all of these things that we're talking about. And we're looking at a good, new, and exciting time. Now, the zero bail has been an absolute failure because people are simply turned loose at the door to go commit the crimes again because there's no supervision of them. But with Chief Locatelli, we've been collaborating on a lot of these things because whether we like it or not, these folks that are coming in and going out, they're our neighbors, they're our relatives. When you've been in the county as long as me, you have a lot of relatives who have been through that jail. That's just the way that this life works. And we're working hard to make sure that we can get these things in place to give these folks a direction to move. We recently had one come by and visit with the custody officer who had put him on home monitoring, and he's an absolute success. And those are the types of things that we look at. But if we aren't brought into the conversation and people want to make an end run around us, then how are they going to know about it? Further, it's just flat disrespectful. And I'm sorry, a lot of this data is flat wrong. I don't appreciate it. I don't think it's a good way to start things out. As a matter of fact, walking in the door with that type of thing going on, it doesn't exactly build trust. And that's why I say if we're going to do this, we had better be ready to implement what is truly needed. We can spend a lot of money on it and then say, wow, you are absolutely $3 million underfunded, but we don't have the money for it because we just spent it on this audit. Does that meet the needs? I don't think so. Thank you.
Okay, so Sheriff Kendall, just to recap. So I think what you said that you were referencing the fact that there's an effort underway right now to implement the release without bail in certain cases, and for that to be successful with some of the cases, there needs to be active engagement with probation. So there's monitoring. You reference someone with an ankle bracelet. So the point is there are ways for it to work, and you guys are working on resolving those issues, right?
Absolutely, and a lot of these things are the direction that we're trying to move in with the CCP, and our district attorney, David Eister, he puts out more information on his website than probably any DA in the state of California. I do not know where this comes from, with the exception of we are not having good conversations. We are not meeting in person anymore. A lot of these problems are coming due to a lack of conversation. I'm sorry, not having you folks in your offices at times makes it a little tough. But we've got to continue on, and we've got to continue having these conversations, because everybody who comes to the table comes with something. And we don't want to miss one tidbit of information that could be a little bit of a savior for us, because Lord knows we need all the help we can get right now. Every good idea, heck, some of the bad ones, we may even take one of those on. But the fact is, we've all got to work together. And if people can't discuss things across the aisle, then we're not moving in the right direction. We serve the public. It's not the other way around.
Okay. It's probably a good point to go to public comment right now. Do we have any members of the public who wish to address this item?
Yes, we do.
First on the line will be Ron Edwards, followed by Anna Stockel, and then a voicemail.
Good afternoon, Board. I want to start out with a quote that was mentioned by the Houston Chief of Police a number of years back, to where he said, "We want an all-star pitcher with a minor league salary in policing." And that is where I'm coming from. I realize that we are asking a lot from people that aren't getting paid a lot, but at the same time, let's fast forward. We can no longer look at policing like we used to. We can say that this has changed. This is not, it is the reality of this country today. I don't see it going back. The public, through body cams, is requesting more information. We want a more professional police force. And we go to the head. The Board of the Supervisors is the publicly perceived head of the county. So if you do have an issue, you want to go to the board. I don't think it's really productive to keep saying, well, I'm not hearing this or I'm not seeing that, but there are people who are hearing it and seeing it. Yeah, it's taken me 20 years in this county to start hearing more grumblings about policing, but it's happening. And as people perceive it and look at policing, we really need to update how we look at it. We can no longer sit back and say, well, you know, we're law enforcement and this is the way it goes. And as the sheriff said, it's to serve and protect. And I think the public is looking for more of that service, a little more accountability. And, you know, in lots of areas, as you know, I've had to deal with a lot of changes and they haven't been pleasant, but it's the reality of the way things are now. And if we can look at that and accept that that's just the way things are now. It is not a less focus on the victim. We care about the victim, but we also care about those incidences that happen that in the past have just been, you know, kind of swept away. And a lot of that comes if you were to look at some police reports and read the police reports and people on the scene and lawyers. It's just different. And I think that if everybody is looking at, look, the public and society wants a different approach to this, we can go forward rather than resisting it and just accept that that's the reality of how it's going. And again, the board, you guys are the place where we see that you set the budget. It is at times frustrating knowing how independent the sheriff is. And, you know, some people may not feel comfortable calling Sheriff Kendall. I mean, I had a pretty good relationship with Sheriff Allman built up over the years, but it takes time. And you're right, Sheriff Kendall, by not being able to mingle in the hallway. Whereas if this meeting, we could go out in the hallway and talk about things, but that's not happening. So I think the audit is a good start. And again, all of government should have an audit. So as Supervisor Williams said, we need to know how to properly allocate the dollars. And while we've got some money coming in through the funds that have happened in this past period, we should use those to make a very efficient county. Thank you.
Next on the line is Anna Stockel, followed by a voicemail.
Oh my God, this is just one of those meetings where I want to just run around and bonk each and every one of you on the heads. It started with COVID-19, so much discussion, but there was no motion made at the end of that discussion to do anything. And that was my plea to you for COVID-19. I mean, there's some things that just cannot wait. You cannot talk endlessly about a subject and not do anything, or, please don't even put it on the calendar. It's a waste of everybody's time. And this one really makes me crazy. My head just wants to explode so much that I want to put on a football helmet. Supervisor McGurty, you say you're not hearing from your constituents. Well, why don't you put on a bulletproof vest and ride around with one of the deputies in a car all night long, and then you'll know for sure. Chair Gertie, you say you don't hear from your constituents. Well, you post on Facebook every 6 months. You don't listen. You don't reply to any of my emails. How are people supposed to engage with you? And everybody knows that's one of, a frustration with you is that we can't talk to you. So please don't come on the meetings and say, oh, well, I don't hear from anybody. You don't hear from anybody because you push everybody away. I have had and here's the thing, all of you, I'm under the impression, looking at your backgrounds in your Zoom, you live in nice houses with nice backgrounds and books and whatever, but the majority of Mendocino County is not like that. I feel that you people are so out of touch. And I'm still trying to engage Supervisor Gertie, Chair Gertie, on something on which I think you're so out of touch. But relating to this, all of you, put on a bulletproof vest and go out and ride with the deputies all night long. And the other thing I've learned when I was a manager in Silicon Valley developing products, you don't micromanage people. If the sheriff says he needs X number of dollars, he certainly sounds like he knows what he's talking about. Give him the dollars. And if he says, I can't hire people because of X, Y, and Z, then cut the red tape or do what we need to do to hire X, Y, and Z. And I know that includes housing. And I have a personal bad experience with that myself. So please get off the dime and just approve his budget and get in touch.
My name is Karen Bowers. I am talking about item 6D. I live in Albion and am the chair of the Coast Democratic Club. Our club's membership spans the 4th and 5th supervisorial districts. You have our letter dated May 20, urging the board to support an independent audit of the County Sheriff's Department budget. Government accountability is the context in which we make this request. An independent audit of this department could serve as a model for the board in support of its policy and budget decision-making process. Thank you so much. I hope you can support this measure.
That concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, go back to the board. Supervisor Hashak.
Well, I'll go again of saying that maybe there are some issues that we need to be looking at, and that the Public Safety Advisory Board, when it gets up and running, hopefully in July or August, would be probably appropriate venue for that. And so I think that we should put this off until we can look at it in that format.
Supervisor McGordy.
I basically support that. I'm not ruling out the idea of an independent audit because, as I said, it's not unusual in other government agencies, and we do expend a fair amount of our budget on the sheriff. But I think that also it has to be cast in the light of a truly independent audit. And I would agree with the sheriff that, we'd want to be sure that if we were to choose somebody, that they were, acceptable for their credentials, that they weren't coming in with any kind of an agenda. And certainly in the case of school system audits, that's the case. There's people who do that for a living. They're professional. They know the rules and they follow accordingly. So I also, I'm also in support of increasing the sheriff's budget. I'll just be honest with you, because I think that we're facing some really difficult situations in our county right now in law enforcement for everything that's about cannabis. And I don't think this is a time to in any way, shape, or form undermine the sheriff. However, we have to be realistic, is that, we are, Ron Edwards is right. This is who you come to when you have concerns, and we have to address concerns when we feel that they're widespread. And again, during COVID, we're really restricted who we hear from and who we have everyday conversations with, and my ability to know what every constituent's thinking in my district is very much impaired. And I hope to improve communications as things open up. So I'm well aware of that, and that criticism is partially valid. So, sometimes you have to trust people too. And I do have trust for Sheriff Kendall. I feel like I have a good working relationship with him. So I do have a bias there up to that extent, but I also think it's important. Public safety is a big issue in the 1st District, and I want to be sure that he has the resources to deliver a good program for us.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
Supervisor McGordy, I imagine all 5 of us have questions that we would want answered by an independent audit. What do you see as the best means to collaborate on that list of questions?
Well, that's a good question, and I don't have an immediate answer for it. So, because first of all, I would not say that I have a great working knowledge of the sheriff's budget. I'll be honest, I have not read and studied it. Is this something that the board wants to do as a workshop? Do we want to deepen ourselves on it, since there's a lot of criticism from the public? Do we want to take some time to go through it with the sheriff and study it with him and say, tell us about this? And, at the same time, allow some public input to say, these are things you should ask. These are questions that we think are exceptional. And would that get us closer to answering some of the questions?
Yeah, I think that's a fabulous idea. I would fully support it, a workshop to share what we know. Maybe that answers everything. If it doesn't, it would give us the right venue to jot down what we want answered. And maybe we wouldn't be looking at a high ticket to get an auditor for the remaining questions, or maybe we would have everything answered. But, I think the public is asking for more transparency, and we can't say it's there, right? They're saying, no, it's not. So somehow we need to satisfy the public at large. And I think the workshop would be a really good starting point.
So I would propose that to the group, that we have a workshop to study the sheriff's budget with the sheriff, also allow outside questions about his budget and attempt to answer them. It would mean extra work for us, but I think this would be the way for us to move forward on this, so that we don't just kick it under the carpet and say, we'll do it sometime later.
Second.
So just before we go too far here, holding a workshop usually requires prep work. So you don't just, everybody shows up and, okay, now let's ask her questions at the meeting. So presumably people have questions now prior to showing up to a meeting. And if they do, it seems to me that the 1 or 2 supervisors could take those questions to the sheriff's office, to the CEO's office, to the auditor's office, and possibly get those answers prior to the workshop. Certainly giving all those offices time to prepare an answer for the workshop, so that people are not surprised at the workshop with the questions. I mean, if we're going to hold a workshop, we need to have some expectation that we can try to at least have answers for the questions that are going to be asked at the workshop. Otherwise, it's just like showing people how you make sausage. I mean, I think if we're trying to share information, then we need to give people the time to garner that information and present it at the meeting.
Agreed.
Looking to the CEO's office.
Chair Jurdy, thank you. CEO Carmel Angelo. I think that, whatever this board wants to do or doesn't want to do, of course, is supported by us. I'm just not sure. I don't know. I would hate to schedule a workshop and there's expectations of the board, expectations of the sheriff, expectations of the public, and they're not all the same expectations and we just can't meet it. So, there is information that the board may want or the public may want that my office has no access to. And I'm not quite certain that the auditor has access to. So I would say, this has been a very challenging agenda item here. I didn't realize that audit was a bad word. But aside from that, in order to get this workshop done, maybe in the manner that the board would want, I think that there has to be, as you say, some prep work done. But I believe that the sheriff and his staff may be the only people to provide that information. So I don't know if Sheriff Kendall is still on, and I don't know if the auditor, I don't want to put the auditor on the spot to answer this question, but I think that before this board takes an action to schedule a workshop on the sheriff's budget, that you have to talk to the sheriff, because that information will have to come from the sheriff's office. The information that we would have or the auditor would have is only what would be in Munis. So I would say that you really have to speak with the sheriff about doing a workshop on his budget, just as you've done with the audit. Thank you. So I guess what I'm saying is I can't guarantee that we could provide you the information. I can't speak for the auditor and obviously can't speak for the sheriff, but you would have to talk with the sheriff before you schedule a workshop so nobody's wasting their time. Thank you.
That's a point well taken. So obviously the sheriff would have to agree to this, but I hope he would be supportive so that we better understand what's going on. It hopefully can only help him. And then I think we're in a position where we can have better discussions about the need for an audit after we've all really looked through things collectively.
Well, it sounds to me like the best option, if the goal is to have to secure information, to get the information to the public, most likely through the venue of a workshop, we would want an ad hoc committee of 2 supervisors to develop a number of questions, attempt to obtain the information from the sheriff's office, the auditor's office, the CEO's office, et cetera, in advance of the workshop and to organize the workshop. So do I see 2 volunteers to serve on that committee? Supervisor Williams?
I would volunteer.
I would as well.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion to that effect?
Yeah, I would make a motion that we form an ad hoc committee to investigate having a workshop on the sheriff's budget to get his cooperation and background information from him and the auditor so that we can inform ourselves about expenditures in the sheriff's department.
Okay, and that ad hoc committee would consist of?
Myself and Supervisor Williams.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Any comments on the motion? Okay, can we have a roll call?
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we do have one last item on the agenda. I forgot we did skip over the CEO's report, and so we're going to go to that now.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. And thank you for your patience. We waited till this afternoon because our cannabis manager does have an addition to the CEO report. So I will try to go through this as quickly as I can and then refer to Kristen Nevedal to do her portion of the report. So again, you have an update on the Oak and August Complex Fire Recovery Update, which is on the first page, and then the budget team update, and you can see that we are actively working on information for this board for the budget hearings on June 8th and 9th. That is our number one priority at this point. I'd also like to say that on April 19th, we were awarded the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award from the Government Finance Officers Association for fiscal year 2021. This is for our budget book. We started getting this award every year over the last few years. I would like to congratulate Deputy CEO Darcy Antle and her finance team for yet again one more year getting the award for our budget book. And the award really is for the revisions to the budget book to provide more transparency in local government. So I think it's quite an accomplishment on the part of our staff. The second page is the list of the requests for proposals that you have there that I will just move on to the next page unless there's any questions. And the top of the third page is the board chamber update. And you can see that what we have written there as far as the immediate need for some of these changes. And I think that because we have spent so much time in this chamber over the last few months and really on our own, because we have limited the number of people, including the board in the chamber. So we've had a lot of time to just look at the chamber, look at some of the areas that would need some renovation, and then also, of course, with the information technology and our wiring and our system, we've had the ability to understand more about the shortfall and the problems we have in our system. So we are doing the renovation in this board chamber, and you can see what we have there, that we are looking at getting this finalized by September of 2021. We will have Deputy Clerk of the Board, Lindsay Dunham, will do the presentation to this board as soon as we can in early June. What we do know regarding the finances is that there was CARES Act money that has been used so far for some of the temporary fixes in the chamber, but that CARES Act had to be used by December. So the rest of the money will be the next funding stream that will be coming forward here in July. Okay, so the home key emergency purchase is also here, and as this board knows, we've run this home key project as an emergency project so that we could move forward with the renovation to the Best Western, and we had to do that based on the time frame. Again, there was a very short time frame. So we've moved forward with the construction on the hotel and then come to the board afterwards just based on time. So the next page, you have the ag update. I'm not going to go into that. Cannabis management program update that we will be going into here shortly. And then you have planning and building, and I believe someone talked about our interim director, Nash Gonzalez, and all the work that he's doing, and he is really trying to get that department back on its feet with staff. So the upcoming board meetings, just to be clear, we do have a special board meeting on June 2nd that is a cannabis meeting. So I want to make sure that no one misses that and that the public is aware of that. Again, the next report that you have is the Oak and August Complex Fire Recovery Update. And again, I want to thank our disaster recovery team under Deputy CEO Darcy Antle, who provide this update for every CEO report so the board and the public get it once a month. Along with that, the next report is a one-pager that you have, which is the month-to-date accumulated actuals of the budget. And you could take a look at that and see that. And if you have questions, please feel free to contact me or the finance team. But what we're trying to do is give you more up-to-date information. And in our large system, it's not that easy. You have the press release on the award, and then you have a copy of the award, which is the next page of the Distinguished Service Award. And then After that, the Cannabis Management Program update. But before we go to that, I just want to point out a couple other things. You certainly have the May revise, but what I want to point out is at the end of the report, you have two articles. One is the Health and Human Services employees are worried about changes, which is the article that was put in the paper by SEIU regarding the changes in Health and Human Services. And then behind that, you have a letter from public health staff signed by approximately 30 public health staff regarding the Health and Human Services review and the future of HHSA. And what we know is that we do have a recommendation from the Health Services Advisory Board that the agency should devolve into two separate departments. And then we know that there is a challenge as to should it be two departments or three. We will be coming to the board with the Health Services Advisory Board and additional information from the staff. That will happen in June so that this board could determine if they want to make a decision at this point or not. I will say that that social services, whatever the model is, social services would be a standalone. So Becky Emery is moving forward in developing a new organizational chart and looking at what social services would look like in the future. So there is some work being done, but I wanted to be certain that the board had the article that was in the Ukiah Daily Journal from SEIU, and that you also had a copy of the letter with the 30 signatures from public health staff, basically listing what they would like to see happen in the future. So with that, if there aren't any questions, I would like to ask Kristen Nevedal to go ahead and go over her Cannabis Management Program update. That is part of the CO report at this time.
Okay, Carmel, I see at least one question. Supervisor McGordy?
Not a question, just a congrats to all of the hard work of the budget team to get an award. That to be recognized by your peers is always a wonderful thing. So congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Great. So with that, and thank you, CEO Angelo, I'll walk us through the Cannabis Management Program update. We've broken it up into several sections, starting with application processing update. So to date, the county has issued 1,149 local authorizations for cannabis cultivation. 271 of those local authorizations are in the form of annual permits. And the remaining 878 local authorizations are what we would call embossed receipts or applications that are still pending review. During the summer of 2020, county staff established a tiered application review process and prioritized the review of all of the embossed receipts, that 878 embossed receipts. During the period from September of 2020 through January of 2021, county staff reviewed a total of 410 applications. That's nearly 47% of all of the applications in-house currently, and developed and sent 372 correction letters requesting that the applicants complete their applications within 30 days of the date on the issuance of that correction letter. The results of the correction letters did vary greatly. So during the application review process, county staff was able to issue 3 permits, and we have a couple more coming out this week that will be issued. We determined that 150 applicants in that review pool are in good standing, meaning that they have been working closely with staff here in the cannabis department to fulfill their outstanding items that have rendered their applications incomplete. So they're really rapidly moving towards hopefully having a permit issued. However, 125 applicants have been recommended for portal submission simply because they have not submitted materials in a timely fashion. They've submitted some materials, but they've sort of trickled in to the county staff. Over the course of the review period, county staff denied 14 applications. These were largely due to complaints or brought to our attention because of complaints, and then had outstanding compliance violations such as illegal grading, tree removal, illegal structures, expansion, so on and so forth. Of the 410 applications reviewed, 38 applicants to the applicants that have been recommended for the portal, the 38 applicants that did not receive correction letters, along with 468 that were not reviewed, remember we only reviewed about 50% of our 878, they will all be referred to the portal. Additionally, I would like to note that county staff did recommend 105 applications for denial. These largely have to do with a multitude of reasons. Failure to respond to us whatsoever, and then a smaller number of those folks did have outstanding violations that we're hoping they can remedy, but have not seen a lot of effort to remedy. At this time, we are planning on moving those folks into the portal process as well, unless we receive some change of direction. Second component of our update is regarding the sensitive species habitat review. So before the issuance of a cannabis cultivation permit, a cannabis cultivation site must be reviewed for sensitive species habitat. And this requirement was added to Chapter 10A17 pursuant to mitigation measure bio 1 of the initial study and the mitigated negative declaration. So the discussion of mitigation biomeasure 1 in the initial study provides additional context for the mitigation measure, stating that it is applicable to applicants that have conducted non-contiguous expansion and or relocated cultivation sites. The mitigation measure, furthermore, requires county staff to review proposed permit locations and identify where habitat suitable for sensitive species may exist. And if county staff determines that the permit location is where habitat suitable for sensitive species may exist, the county is required to refer that application to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife for consultation. Upon consultation, CDFW may recommend approval of the proposed development. They may ask to conduct a site inspection or request additional studies in order to make a determination that no impacts to sensitive species will occur. A cultivator that cannot demonstrate that there will be less than significant impacts to sensitive species will not have a cultivation permit issued. I bring this up because when I joined the department or the county in March, planning and building staff had diligently worked with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, CDFW, to develop a policy which is required in the mitigation study or the mitigation measure itself to implement this process. However, as we've kind of walked through prior to me and then me joining the county, nowhere along the way had the terms contiguous or non-contiguous been defined. So in March of this year, we worked to define the term contiguous expansion and prepared a contiguous expansion affidavit. That contiguous expansion affidavit allows applicants to declare under penalty of perjury that the expansion or relocation that they've conducted was conducted in an area that is contiguous to the original site. And I've included the definition in the report for you to review today. However, when we first implemented that expansion definition, we utilized it in a manner where all applicants were sending us sensitive species habitat questionnaires, and those parties who felt that they had qualified for contiguous expansion or relocation also sent us the affidavit. The staff would conduct a review of the questionnaire, and the initial biological review is what that basically entails. If during that initial biological review, staff did not see the presence of sensitive species habitat, then we did not refer the applicant to California Department of Fish and Wildlife solely because there had been some sort of expansion or relocation. It was later brought to our attention in May by the ad hoc committee, the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee, that we had implemented the use of the contiguous expansion definition incorrectly. So at this time, county staff has removed the sensitive habitat species review information from the county website and is working diligently with county council as well as California Department of Fish and Wildlife to amend the policy that must be in place per Biomeasure 1. We are still processing sensitive species habitat review and doing so with California Department of Fish and Wildlife. However, it seemed warranted to remove the information from the website so that we could have one-on-one conversations with applicants as they got to this phase in the application process. So we could walk them through the fact that putting together a contiguous expansion affidavit meant that they would be fully exempted from the Biomeasure 1. Therefore, the county would not be conducting any sensitive species habitat review for that application site. This was also important and ties into how the county has moved forward with post-permit issuance, CEQA compliance, and the negotiations that had resulted in the development of what's fondly known as Appendix G checklist. The Appendix G checklist does have a biological resource section component to it. Applicants are required to prove that they have less than significant impacts for biological resources. Most applicants, or many applicants that are at that phase of filling out the Appendix G paperwork, have been utilizing the sensitive species habitat review results in doing so. We have pressed a soft pause on the website when it comes to the Appendix G as well. So those materials are down, but again, we are processing them and we are sending the materials to applicants that request them, the permit holders that request them, because they're in that phase of the process. But again, taking them down ensures that we have the ability to have a one-on-one conversation about the status of potentially not having undergone a sensitive species habitat review. I'm going to walk through the last segment of this report and then I'll pause and happily take questions. Governor's May revision for his 2021-2022 state budget proposal. I think this is where all of the good stuff lies. So as many of you may know, Governor Gavin Newsom released the May revision to his January budget proposal on Friday, May 14th. And the revision restates his commitment to consolidating cannabis licensing and associated regulatory functions into the new Department of Cannabis Control. Additionally, the governor makes significant modifications to the cannabis spending plan, including a $100 million local jurisdiction assistance grant program. And we'll talk about that in detail towards the end of this section. But I also want the board to be aware that cannabis provisional licensing program has been included in the May revised and incorporates language from SB or Senate Bill 59 by Senator Caballero, which the board did support in a letter to the senator. The language that has been moved into the May revise extends the licensing authority's ability to issue new provisional licenses for 6 months or until July 1st of 2022. It also extends the ability for the licensing authorities to renew provisional licenses. And at this time, their ability under the May revision is indefinite, which would also give the county an indefinite period of time to assist provisional license holders in moving into an annual license at the state level. But under the governor's plan, cultivation applicants will be required to meet specified environmental compliance requirements as set forth by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the State Water Resources Control Board, which includes for those receiving a new provisional license, they must have a final lake and streambed alteration agreement, or at minimum, a lake and streambed alteration agreement provided by CDFW and signed and returned to CDFW. So it's basically one step before that process is finalized. Or potentially written verification by CDFW that a lake or streambed alteration agreement is not required. In some conditions, under some conditions, there are exemption opportunities. Additionally, in order to receive a new provisional license, applicants would have to show that they have a valid water right from the State Water Resource Control Board Division of Water Rights. So the governor further proposes that these new requirements for cultivators will be applied to cultivators, who are in possession of a provisional license. So these will be required, it looks like, upon renewal should this proposal move forward. Cannabis Local Jurisdictions Assistant Grant Program. As I mentioned earlier, this is a proposal for $100 million of new local assistance for eligible local jurisdictions. Funding will come from the state general fund. It will be a one-time only funding opportunity. The purpose of the grant program is to aid local governments in more swiftly processing substantial workloads, including that related to environmental review. Also to support provisional licensees by allowing local governments to pass funding directly through to applicants for the purposes of assessing and mitigating environmental impacts. To apply significant resources towards areas rich in natural resources, such as Mendocino, and then have high numbers of small cultivators, as both often required heightened level of capital to meet the environmental compliance standards, and additionally provide enhanced resources to eligible jurisdictions implementing equity programs, which Mendocino has done so. Lastly, the program is meant to encourage local governments to modify permitting methods to better align with the state's efforts to create a streamlined and equitable pathway to licensure. Eligible jurisdictions have been defined as cities and counties with the highest number of provisional licenses and have been broken into 3 tiers. Category 1, which is to receive about 25% of the funds, includes the top 8 local jurisdictions allowing for licensed cannabis cultivation, which Mendocino did qualify under. Category 2 includes the top 8 local jurisdictions allowing licensed cannabis manufacturing, distribution, testing, microbusinesses, and retail sales. And while we offer those activities, we are by far more significant in our numbers when it comes to cultivation. In Category 3, which receives 50% of the funds, is any jurisdiction eligible for Category 1 or 2 that has received California Equity Grant funding, which Mendocino has. So at this point, eligible jurisdictions will receive funding, should the proposal move forward, on the proportionate share of their entire provisional license population. And what I was told by the governor's office and what we were briefed on last week is that Mendocino County is eligible for $18,084,837 of funding under this grant proposal, which we could use to directly assist our applicants in meeting their CEQA requirements and environmental mitigations. The funding may also be used internally to help support the functions of the department. A couple last notes that I think are worth mentioning. In the May revise, we also saw the development of the Sustainable California Grown Cannabis Pilot Program. I bring this to your attention because it is specific to outdoor cannabis cultivators, which we have a number of, and I think it's an exciting opportunity. Under this proposal, the California Department of Food and Agriculture would be funded at $9 million over 3 years to establish a Sustainable California Cannabis Grown Pilot Program, and really to focus on collection of data to benchmark best practices in reducing the environmental impact of cannabis water and energy use, promoting sustainable pest management and fertilizer practices, and enhancing soil health. Also notable is that the department, under its consolidated plan to develop the Department of Cannabis Control, would be developing a Deputy Director of Equity and Inclusion. I think this is a pretty exciting opportunity for the state to realize the ability to implement progressive cannabis policies and license and regulate commercial cannabis activities in a manner that best promotes public health, safety, the environment, and local communities while achieving social equity. So sorry that was quite long-winded, but I'm more than happy to answer questions.
Supervisor Mohan.
Thank you, Kristen, for the update. I am particularly excited about the cannabis grant opportunity. Could you please help clarify the 105 applicants that were denied? It sounds like this is a I'm trying to understand if this is a crossover conversation from when the board was having the conversation in 2020 about the portal and submitting their documents, and these people were waiting for that. Are they aware that they are being denied? Are they giving any opportunity to submit all of their documents, and how much time do they have to do that, et cetera, et cetera?
So the staff recommended them to leadership in the department for denial. They have not been denied. So I just want to be 100% absolutely clear that to date, we have denied throughout the process of this review 14 applicants, okay? But we have 105 that staff would recommend denying. Of that 105, I want to say around 80 of them failed to respond to staff in any way, shape, or form. Certified letters were not received or picked up, they were returned to us. Emails were not replied to, right? And then there's a smaller number, around 25% of that 105, that also were not very responsive and have some form of compliance issue going on that we think could be remedied, but aren't 100% sure. We have not denied them and do not intend to deny them unless we receive direction to do so. At this point, our objective is to move them into the portal. The reason for bringing them up, really, frankly, in these numbers is that it highlights the number of woefully incomplete applications we have to address here in the department. And also the fact that we don't have a really high response rate in all situations. So I think it warrants discussion and notification to the board because they come through the portal. We'll have around 700 folks coming through that portal is what we can expect. And if 105 folks have refused to respond to us over, this 5-month period, we could see a significant number of denials via the portal process. So it was a staff recommendation. We have not acted on it.
All right, Kristen, I have a question. As to the grant, you said that it could be used, or at least portions of it certainly could be used to mitigate environmental impacts of the applicants in the program. Clearly, with the drought, water is a major concern for the public. And I believe that the state in the past has given grants through the North Coast Resource Partnership, maybe 10, 15 years ago, to some Southern Humboldt Eel River watershed folks to have have storage basically. And I'm curious if that's something that we could look at as something as be a benefit for people who are in our permit program, is we could direct some of these funds to helping them establish storage. Obviously they need to be proving that they've got a good source, that they're not harming the neighborhood, or it's helping the environment, helping the neighborhood.
Yes, absolutely. So I would like to see us develop a number of programs. So once the grant program is passed through the budget process, the governor's office will put together a criteria and application process. So while we are eligible for $18 million in funding, it's still up to the cannabis program to put together the programs and the budget with benchmarks showing how we'll spend the money and what, sort of the benchmarks will look like and in the timeline of spending that money and allocating it. So in addition to putting together a water storage program, which I strongly support and think we would be foolish to not develop, frankly, I think we could also spend these monies wisely on assisting provisional license holders with meeting the project requirements that they might have to conduct under their lake and stream bed alteration agreements. Also with technical assistance to meet the requirements or fulfill the paperwork requirements that go along with the Appendix G checklist. We can also ask for and look at some creative ways where if we do need to condition applicants that are part of the 10A17 program, can we transfer them into should 2218 pass, into a 2218 discretionary permit and run a fee deferral program for those applicants, so they essentially aren't paying for two applications, just so that we can condition them so that they can continue operating and moving forward. So I think just about anything that helps to support meeting their CEQA requirements and reducing environmental impacts and fulfilling their mitigation needs are programs that we should look into developing under this grant project.
Great, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Supervisor Williams?
Is it possible for a 10A17 phase 1 cultivator to get a state license without doing an SSHR?
I think that I would say yes, if they were able to show less than significant impacts to biological resources, which they may be able to do. You know, everything is project and site specific. So perhaps they've undergone a biological survey from a certified biologist that could fulfill that information adequately for California Department of Food and Agriculture. Perhaps they have conducted contiguous expansion within 200 feet of their original site in a location that was previously heavily disturbed. And but I you know, it's hard to answer that question with confidence because A, we are the reviewing authority, and B, in order for an applicant to meet CEQA compliance, that CEQA application, that Appendix G paperwork, is really only as good as the homework they provide with that application. So they will be expected to provide significant proof or verification that they will have less than significant impacts to biological resources.
Okay, looks like we also have a comment in the board chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just add if someone is conducting contiguous expansion, then they should be, by definition, not creating a significant environmental impact on the environment or on the sensitive species because of the fact that that was already within the scope of the mitigated negative declaration. That being said, you know, that's the prior environmental analysis that occurred and is sort of the scope of the prior environmental document. You know, what CDFA wants or accepts, I think, is a little bit of a different question, although they are purportedly asking for the information for the purposes of determining that this was within the scope of the prior environmental document.
Okay, thanks. Supervisor Williams?
Withdrawn.
Great. Any other questions or comments? Do we have any public comments on this agenda item?
Yes, we do. First on the line will be Michael Katz, followed by Ron Edwards and Julie Beardsley.
Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. MCA greatly appreciates the comprehensive update provided by the cannabis program in today's CEO report. It is extremely helpful that our new cannabis program manager has made a substantial effort to provide stakeholders and the general public with metrics to gauge the progress of phase 1 cultivation permit application processing. Per Manager Nevedal's presentation, we also appreciate that all applicants, other than those who have been denied for outright violations, will still be given the opportunity to resubmit their full application through the portal. We offer our support in spreading the word throughout the community to promote the use of the portal as soon as it is available, and in working with the cannabis program to identify relief programs for the cannabis industry locally. Further, Regarding the sensitive species and habitat review and Appendix G, we greatly appreciate the corrective action taken to reconsider how the definition of contiguous expansion was being implemented. Obviously, with the affidavit, the idea is that there would not be the requirement for the SSHR, and we appreciate the ongoing consultation with CDFW and CDFA that is taking place to refine this process. Our only question is, can the cannabis program estimate the time frame when these corrections will be implemented and the county will begin accepting SSR sensitive species review affidavits and Appendix G CEQA documentation again? Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment and for considering these considerations today.
Next on the line will be Ron Edwards, followed by Julie Beardsley.
Good afternoon, board, and through the chair, if I could. There's a lot of information or misinformation going in the public, and I'm really curious in trying to make good decisions going forward on what is the effect if phase 3 does not go into place with this grant money, with all of these programs that our new cannabis manager is working on? In other words, will our farmers still be able to go forward if we do not pass phase 3, or if there's a problem with phase 3? I think some clarity would be really helpful on that, particularly around the grant money and explanation on that. Thank you very much.
Last caller is Julie Beardsley.
Good afternoon, Chair Judy, Supervisors, and CEO Angelo. My name is Julie Beardsley, and I'm the president of the Mendocino County chapter of SEIU Local Pen 21. I am here today to convey SEIU's recommendations regarding the reorganization of HHSA. It is clear the majority believe the superagency experiment has not met its goals. We would like to suggest the HHSA reorganization focus on excellence rather than the cheapest possible solution. We would like to see an experienced, qualified public health director be put into place as soon as possible to provide leadership and direction. We believe a cost analysis of what is the best way forward for BHRS and public health should be conducted before any decision is made. There is no need to rush and jump into a configuration that is unproven and has the possibility of simply creating another unworkable mini agency. SEIU believes that having 3 separate departments would allow each department to focus on their primary missions and goals, and recommends each department provide the board with their own individual 5-year strategic plan with clear definable goals, measurable outcomes, and provide progress reports to the board at regular intervals. I am aware that you have received a letter of support for combining public health and BHRS into a health department model. We disagree. It is no wonder public health staff are desperate for any kind of support, given there has been no qualified public health leadership for several years now. The pandemic forced everyone to remember how important a strong public health department is to the well-being of the community, and despite the shortfall in staffing, public health staff worked incredibly long hours to mitigate the effects of the pandemic. There is clearly a range of different ideas about the best way forward. We advise moving slowly, doing a thorough and objective analysis, and to take it step by step. Recently, 2 fact-finding projects, the Kitchen Table Consulting Report, that documented interviews with a wide range of HHSA employees, and an anonymous survey that SEIU conducted, completed by 62 staff members, revealed that the majority of public health staff would like to see a strong, independent public health department again. The Kitchen Table Consulting Report also highlighted problems that included bullying and retaliation by management, along with cronyism and favoritism. The reorganization of HHSA is a real opportunity for the board to address these long-standing complaints and help staff to thrive. SEIU also suggests that the HHSA Advisory Board recommendation be taken with caution. The Advisory Board now consists of over 85% of members who are receiving millions of dollars from the county, and any recommendations given by them.
That concludes public comment.
I would like to follow up on a question that was asked. I don't know if Kristen's ready to respond to that, but Ron Edwards asked a question, and I was hoping we could get an answer to that.
Yes, and so Kristen Navidal here, Cannabis Program Manager. I'm pretty sure that question that Ron asked was in reference to what happens to the applicants in 10A17 if 2218 doesn't pass. Is that the question? Okay, great. So I think that it poses challenges definitely, because under 10A17, and County Council might want to chime in on this as well, but we don't have, under that ministerial licensing or permitting program, the ability to condition those permits. And what I mean by condition those permits is, say during the sensitive species habitat review, Fish and Wildlife comes back and suggests that there are greater than less than significant impacts unless the applicant were to rock a road that is discharging sediment into a waterway, or develop water storage that reduces the burden on the groundwater supply in the area. We don't have the ability to mandate such conditions. We would be forced to deny that applicant, because those outstanding items would put the applicant into a position of not being able to show less than significant impacts. Under a discretionary permit program, which is what the board is reviewing and discussing for 2218, we would be able to essentially require the rocking of the road, right, to eliminate the discharge issues. We would be able to require the tanks be put in or installed, or a pond be installed, right, to ensure that there is a reduced harm or impact to the groundwater table. And then when it comes to funding from the governor's grant proposal, we would be able to work with that applicant. They could apply for a grant so that we could pass some of those monies directly through to help reduce the cost, if not even eliminate the cost of those mitigation efforts. So I hope that helps. I do expect that quite a few of our applicants are going to have some environmental mitigation that's necessary.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of questions recently as well. And source seems to be a meme coming from the 3rd District about staff just not wanting to approve these, but they could make 10A17 work. I find it far-fetched. I mean, we have a new cannabis program manager, and she's reviewed everything, and she's reached the same conclusion as her predecessors. We just had endless people look at this situation and say 10A17 mostly won't work. I don't know what to do with that situation, just be frank. I mean, there's some talk about a referendum. Where I see it putting us is no legal market probably for 5 or 6 years while we work through an EIR and get applicants through the discretionary review, and probably the worst move for the environment.
And if I may, I think it warrants being clear that the funds that are part of the $100 million local jurisdiction assistance program, the county could not utilize those funds to conduct an initial study and the subsequent CEQA documentation that might be required to meet CEQA compliance for 2218, because in doing so, that wouldn't directly assist the provisional license holders we have today in meeting their annual licensing requirements. So I just wanted to make sure that that was also clear.
So to underscore that point, the grant is to assist the applicants to meet their licensing requirements, which could be, for example, one example would be storage tanks or rocking a road or something along those lines, but it's not to pay for an EIR for the county.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments on the CEO report? right. All right. Well, thank you, Kristen. CO Angela, do you have any other comments on your CO report?
Chair Jurdy, no, that is it for today. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, then I guess at 4:08, it looks like we're adjourned.